You might have even seen some of his work in Rolling Stone, Carter continues. I can get you a list of references if you'd like. Silence. You could hear a pin drop, and I gleefully swing my eyes to Brad, waiting for the explosion. Here it comes. Any minute now. But it doesn't. Instead, a smile worthy of the Grinch slowly spreads across Brad's face until I can see every one of his perfectly capped teeth. Now that is what I've been talking about, he says and slaps a hand on the table. Son of a bitch. Carter rallying the troops and giving us an inside edge. Brad all but leaps across the table to give Carter a bro-pal high five. I'll tell you something. I am not surprised. Everyone watch this guy, he says, pointing around the table. This is how you get shit done. I sink down in my chair, furious. We already had a photographer, so I'm not sure what specifically Brad thinks has gotten done. Carter shouldn't have made the switch without asking me, and he knows it. That Brad is now giving him a verbal handjob is infuriating. It sets Carter apart in a way Brad never has before at these meetings. There is an unspoken pecking order in agenting, defined primarily by who brings in the most publicity and money. And this year that is likely to be me. But there are other factors, too, such as having a penis. Apparently that's a big one. There's some awkward shuffling around the table. Either people don't like being told to emulate the newest newbie around town, or they agree with me that hiring your brother for a cover shoot is a screaming mile past sketchy town. But I make a point of not looking up, refusing to make eye contact. Taking a calming breath, I lift my coffee to my lips, truly enjoying it as I imagine it scalding Carter's lap instead of my tongue. I glance down when my phone buzzes with a text. Can you make sure to follow up with Seamus about the start time next week? I blink, staring at the screen. Brad has moved on from his gushing over Carter, and now Ashton's voice is a nasal lull in the background. Did you send this to the wrong person? Is this Evelyn Abbey? Why would I forget to follow up with my own client? I was just making sure. Just contact Jess with the list of information you need. Beside me, he snorts out a dickish little laugh and shakes his head, sliding his phone onto the tabletop. Livid, I type one more thought. You could have given me a heads up that my shirt was unbuttoned. Your shirt was unbuttoned? You're sitting right across from me. It would be impossible for you to not have noticed. Well, I didn't. Winky face. Holy shit. Did Carter just type the bird flip of smiley faces? Did Carter just give me the smiley finger? My heart is pounding so hard I can barely hear what Ashton is saying. I'm sure I look like a mouth-breathing wrestler, but my thoughts won't budge away from how much I despise Carter this very second. I'm not entirely sure what this feeling is because I've never had it before, but I think it's unmitigated rage. I think my brain has just declared war on Carter Aaron. In my office, I descend upon my other two donuts with a kind of desperate, two-handed, open-mouthed vigor. Coffee and berries long gone, these donuts are my entire life now. But because the universe is a cat and I am but a fuzzy ball of string, Carter walks in right when I take down half of one donut in a single bite. Hey, Evil, he says, eyes on his phone. Jonah needs to start at 11 next Friday. Does that work? He looks up and startles at the sight of my face, both cheeks bulging with food. I'll give you a second to answer. And then he just stands there, watching me chew behind my hand, his eyebrows raised in amusement. When the chewing takes me longer than either of us would have liked, he adds, You must have been starving, with a mocking half-smile. Swallowing, I say, You may have noticed Brad knocking my breakfast into the trash. He eyes the sugar crumbs littering the bag on my desk. Good thing you had spares. I make a point of walking to my door and dramatically motioning to where Jess is sitting in front of her computer next to the other assistants. Carter follows me and looks out. Yeah? That is my assistant, Jess. Talk to her about scheduling. He peeks out again, offering Jess a wave and an adorable smile. How's your mom's cat doing? He calls out. Her face lights up. Good. First couple of nights were tough, but the stitches come out next week. Thanks for asking. Her eyes swing to me, and she looks like a deer caught in headlights. You have got to be kidding. So, can we? He says. I turn my head to see him looking down at me. He is entirely too close. I'll never be able to get any real leverage kicking him in the balls at this angle. Straightening, I take a step back. Can we what? Can we start shooting at 11 instead of noon next week? He says it slowly, as if the problem is me and my comprehension, and not the fact that he's a plotting weasel. Jonah has a thing at 3. I should be difficult and insist he go through Jess with this, but apparently the Team Evie ship has sailed. God, you're a pain in the ass. Let me check my calendar. I move to sit down behind my desk, saying pointedly, I sure appreciate being involved in the coordination. He sighs. It wasn't like that, Evie. It wasn't. I turn on my computer, typing in my password with shaking hands. I hope he doesn't notice. The last thing I want is for Carter to see how much this gets to me. He pushes his hands into his pockets. Look, if Brad had an issue with Jonah doing the shoot, then okay. We could discuss how to adjust the plan, but he didn't. Carter clearly knows as well as I do that Brad approved of this for reasons completely unfathomable to either of us. Even a nearsighted dog in the room would know that what Carter did was outright nepotism. Are you using Brad Kingman as your litmus test for honorable behavior? I just want to have a job, he says. My mistake was in not getting an okay from you up front. I get that. Can we move on? Staring at him in the answering quiet, I finally say, do I really have a choice? I must have made my point, because for the first time since I've known Carter, he doesn't have a comeback. Next week, Friday? I ask, back to business. Carter nods. 11 should work. I told Seamus to get there at 8:30 for makeup anyway, to make sure he gets there on time. Carter's eyes go wide. That was pretty smart. Try not to look so surprised. This makes him laugh, but he doesn't bother to correct me. Just as Carter is about to turn and leave, Rose ducks into my office, closing the door behind her. Do you want me to go, or? Carter asks her. You're fine. You can stay. I want both of your opinions. Oh, great. Here comes the gossip. I glance up at Carter, unsure as to whether he's been subjected to her yet. He's got his blank face on, which means he probably already knows how indiscreet Rose can be. I constantly fear that any legitimate work conversation with her will devolve into gossip and name-dropping. It's not that I'm necessarily against gossip and name-dropping, but it has to be done in the right way with the right people. Discreet people, for Christ's sake, who do it only with the right combination of irony and credibility. But instead of slowly building an intriguing story of flirting or client drama or sexual harassment, Rose drops an incredibly personal grievance right in the middle of my office. Ashton's bonus was about $7,000 bigger than mine. My eyes widen. Carter takes a small step back as if he's trying to blend into the background. How do you know that? I ask. We talk about money all day with clients, but rarely do we share our own income with colleagues. And I'm guessing it's for precisely this reason. Nothing is ever as clear and fair as we expect it to be. We were talking yesterday about our projected year-end totals. You know, with the merge, everyone's head seems to be on the chopping block. So we went back to our desks and our bonus statements were there. I guess because we were already talking money, he was comfortable enough to tell me what he got. Were his signings and bookings bigger than... I begin, but she cuts me off, shaking her head. The same, she says. We were almost dead even. She looks over to Carter. Bullshit, right? Unacceptable, I say. You need to ask Brad, or go straight to accounting and have them check the numbers. Rose gasps. I can't do that. Then you're out $7,000. I shrug. This sucks, she growls. Talk to Brad, Carter gently urges. Naive Carter. As if Brad doesn't already know. She looks up at him, miserable. He won't care. I lift my hands in front of me, exasperated. Honestly, Rose, if you're only going to complain here, where I have no power to help you at all, the money must not be the reason you're in this job. She looks down to the floor, nodding for a few seconds. I know. It's just so frustrating. I get it, sweets. But you've got to be your own advocate. No one else is going to be that for you. With a small smile of thanks, she turns and leaves. Carter steps away from the wall. Wow, Evie, that was a bit of tough love. I look up at his face, at the wide green eyes behind his glasses, his clean-shaven jaw and mussy hair. It's a good thing he's so pretty, because the attitude is not making any friends today. You could have added anything you wanted to. He considers this for a few seconds and then shrugs. Is she sure that's really the case? I've never had any sort of pay disparity. He seems to realize what he's just said. I mean, obviously, I know that sort of thing happens, but... He winces, backpedaling. That sucks for her. Hopefully she'll get it fixed. He can't be serious. This isn't some rare case of a mathematical error in finance, Carter. This sort of thing happens every day. It's happened to me. Really? It's just, you seem so in command all the time. I have a hard time imagining anyone taking something that's yours. He moves another step closer, leaning back against my desk, facing me. It's so close, it's almost like we're friendly or flirting. But obviously we aren't. It happens in this business all the time, I say quietly. You just don't see it. It doesn't affect you. It should. I nod. I agree. So what do you think we should do? I don't miss the way he looks at my lips for a tiny beat, and it suddenly feels like we're not talking about pay disparity anymore. I don't know, I whisper. But I definitely feel like making out with Carter right now would help lead us in the right direction. His eyes seem to roam all over my face and then lower. He leans in. For the span of 2, 3, 4 frantic heartbeats, I think he's going to kiss me. Your shirt seems intent on staying open today, he whispers, nodding. Startled, I follow his eyes and, sure enough, my 2 top buttons have popped open again, leaving a good deal of cleavage perfectly visible to both of us. Oh, I look up at him, feeling my cheeks heat. I start to smile at him, but instead of leaning closer to kiss me like I still think he's going to, he leans back, offering an unreadable expression before he turns and leaves my office.
Chapter 14. Carter. That was close. If this isn't about a bank robbery, I don't think I want to hear it. MC, I nearly put my face in Evie's boobs in her office. Okay, no, I want to hear this. She's so badass and straightforward, but just sexy and intimidating all at once, and her shirt keeps popping open. And then I went to tell her, and it was like impossible to want to leave without kissing. Dude, just keep reminding me she's Lucifer. I mean, not really, she isn't. She's the nicest person. It seemed like she wanted to kiss me. Or bite your face. In a good way. In a bad way. Whose side are you on? The side where the two of you get married and she gives birth to a fully formed toddler who draws on your bedspread with toothpaste. Dick. Bye.
Chapter 15. Evie. If I thought I was angry with Carter before, now there's humiliation thrown into the mix. Over the next couple of days, I spend entirely too much time looping back through those few seconds he'd leaned in and looked at me like I wasn't the enemy. I must have appeared to melt in my chair. With any other romantic failure, there's the regret and the replaying of the good times and bad times. Maybe there's even the occasional awkward run-in around town because, as huge as LA is, it feels tiny. But it's a different matter altogether to work alongside a romantic failure, to pass him in the hall, to see him at meetings, to be forced into a tiny space to plan company retreats together. I get to the small conference room first and take a seat on the couch at the far end, near the windows. It gives me the benefit of being able to see Carter walking all the way down the hall and toward me. Not the worst view in the world, escorting the planner from corporate fun. She's put together in a bland, anonymous way, but Carter, because he's the devil, exudes sex. Hands in his pockets, lazy, confident stride, crooked smile. Is it more noticeable now because I'm not getting any? Probably. Or is it just how he is? His dark dress pants fit him perfectly, sitting low on his slim hips and hugging his quads. I swear, I can see the outline of his cock along his thigh. His dress shirt today is a subtle blue and white check pattern and seems like it was poured on him. It looks so good. When he smiles more broadly at something the planner says, his entire face lights up and somehow it looks sweet again. I'm ruined. I can see that now. I look bleakly out at the next few years of my life, working here or somewhere else, and unable to get over my hate crush on Carter Aaron. Or even worse, watching him with someone else. I'm doomed. I stand when they enter, smoothing my skirt before shaking hands with the woman, Libby Truman, who already seems enamored with Satan's errand boy and his stupid perfect face. As she holds onto his upper arm, she gushes about how funny he was on the walk down here. On the walk down the hall. 30 seconds tops. How amazing! No doubt! We sit, do the perfunctory explanation of what we need, and honestly, I feel like we could have had this meeting over the phone. We require someone to plan some games for the group of 50 or so people over 2 days. We require activities that won't A, make us all cringe, or B, trigger our grossly competitive natures. We require alcohol. That's it. It's pretty simple. But whenever possible, people like to come to the P&D offices for meetings. It's for the exact reason I can see Libby occasionally looking out through the glass walls of the room. She's hoping to spot a celebrity. Unfortunately for her, she only sees Justin, who peeks his head in about 5 minutes into things. Jet Payne is here. He's waiting for us upstairs. Also, Kylie wanted me to let you know that she's over-ordered for the break room Keurig, and you're free to take a box or two home. Carter stands with a smile. Thanks, Justin. My jaw drops. You double-booked? I ask him, wearing a tight, fuck you smile of my own. I guess I did. Sorry about that, he says, as if it were purely accidental, and he's not meticulous about his calendar. He stands, reaching forward to shake Libby's hand. Great to meet you, Libby. Evie can handle the rest of the discussion, and make sure she validates your parking. Looking forward to what you two have planned. Libby, a little breathless, over-exclaims, It will be great! About an hour later, I wrap up the meeting with Libby, still fuming, and head back to my office while checking the rest of today's schedule on my phone. I have 45 minutes to get across town to meet Sarah Hill for a hair appointment. We just landed Sarah a part in an adaptation of a runaway best-selling teen novel, and the studio insists her hair be a specific shade of blue for the role. It's in her contract that her agent and the producer be present for quality control. What it means, essentially, is 4 hours in a salon, trying to stay alert enough to be able to tell the subtle difference between 15 different shades of blue hair. Passing Carter's office, I stop dead in my tracks, seeing that he's already put 2 boxes of K-cups in the middle of his desk. When I was a teenager, my father was strict. It was the opposite of Daryl's family, who basically let her run around with whoever she wanted. I wasn't allowed to date until I was 16, and even then, there were rules. I could date as much as I wanted, but I couldn't have a boyfriend, which meant no consecutive dates with the same guy. I'm sure the intent there was that I didn't get too serious with any one guy, because serious leads to sex. Their plan worked, mostly. By 11th grade, I hadn't had sex yet. Had never really even come close. And then I met Kai Paola. I managed to sneak as much time with him as I could, away from my parents' watchful eyes. The night of the homecoming game our senior year, we found ourselves in a bedroom at a party. Somewhere in another room, Santana was playing on repeat, his sexy guitar riffs egging action along, and I wanted to have sex with Kai. I was pretty damn close, too. His pants were around his ankles, and he was checking to see if the condom he'd carried in his wallet since sophomore year had expired, and I knew I was at a crossroads. Go one way, and that was it. We'd have sex, and there would be no turning back. or pull my skirt down from around my armpits, and my hymen would live another day. Needless to say, I never saw my virginity again. Loitering in the hall outside Carter's office, staring at those damn K-cups on his desk, I feel that same potent blend of thrill and dread. If I follow through with the plan forming in my head, I won't be innocent anymore. And so, 5 minutes later, the K-cups are all swapped out. The pods inside no longer matching what it says on the boxes, and I'm on my way to the salon. Nobody the wiser. Same great flavor. Now in decaf. Friday may go on record as being the best day of my life because it's the day that Carter Aaron can't keep track of a single thought at work. It's a little like watching a lion with a limp. It's just not something you see very often, making it incredibly hard to look away. He wasn't kidding when he said he can't function without coffee. Apparently, he walked into the women's room and stared at the wall, obviously shocked that the urinals were gone, until Jess emerged from a stall and steered him in the right direction. He spluttered his way through a conference call with Smashbox Studios about the setup for the Vanity Fair shoot next Friday, and afterward stood in the hall confused before turning into his office and sitting down in front of the cup of decaf I'd stealthily placed on his desk. I wonder if I'm turning into a horrible human being. Really. Because I am completely alive, watching all of this. Who does this kind of backhanded crap? Well, aside from everyone in this business. Except, I've never stooped this low. And as soon as I really start to think about how far I've strayed from my own ideals, my guilt begins to eat at me. I dial Steph's number, thankful when she answers on the first ring. I'm a terrible human, I say in lieu of a greeting. Is this for anything specific or just in general? She asks. I think about it. A little of both, I think. Do you want to tell me about it, or should I have plausible deniability? I can hear voices and the sound of glasses and cutlery clinking in the background, so I assume she's meeting someone and doesn't have much time. Are you busy? I can stop by and confess tonight. Just waiting on a casting agent, she says. And by the way, you'll never guess what my assistant told me this morning. I lean to the right, where I can see Carter at his desk, staring blankly at a pencil. I bite back a laugh. What? She slept with Carter's brother last night. This gets my attention. No, I say, straightening. Your assistant? Yep. Jesus, this town is small. Where did this happen? At some party. They didn't exactly do a lot of talking, and she only put 2 and 2 together this morning. Honestly, if I weren't busy hating Carter Aaron, I would be texting him immediately to share this so we could laugh together. Unable to resist, I lean over again and peek into his office. Today just keeps giving. And, from what I gather, it was a ringing endorsement for the Aaron family. A fact you'd have personal knowledge of if you two would get your heads out of your asses. I groan. Do not remind me. Speaking of his brother, we have a shoot with him next week. Now I'm going to be thinking of him banging Anna. Steph laughs into the line. Tell him she says hi. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, well, tell Carter his suit is hanging in my bathroom. He needs it for Friday. His suit? He took Morgan trick-or-treating so we could go out, and she threw up all over him. I'd yell at him for letting her eat an entire bag of candy, but I got a grown-up party and hotel sex, so... No, Mistress Overshare, not today. Don't tell me about your sex life, and definitely don't tell me cute things about Carter. He's a monster. Keep telling yourself that. Okay, I see my person walking in. Love you, and stop being a terrible human. Why does the universe do this to me? I'm riding high on inefficient, under-caffeinated Carter when the world has to remind me that he might not be entirely awful. I think it's safe to say that I've messed up, and maybe Steph's right. I am a terrible human. The anxiety gnaws at me a little during a lunch meeting with Adam Elliott, and when I'm with America's favorite aging hottie, I can't be distracted. Not even a little. Carter isn't in his office when I return, so I can't confess, can't even give him the fully caffeinated cup of joe I got him on the way back from lunch. I open my email and absently reach for the bottle of moisturizer on my desk. But instead of reading, and instead of cultivating the lingering guilt, my mind goes back to Carter forgetting Brad's name this morning when they passed in the hall. That one was pretty great. I rub my hands together and smooth a little on my elbows and my face, and a little more on my legs as I recall Jess telling me how Carter got off on the wrong floor earlier and sat down at Evan Curtis's desk up in legal. I've repeated the process 2 more times before the guilt returns and I realize what I need to do. I need to replace the coffee and fess up. Karma is a bitch I do not need coming after me. I'm just reaching for the phone to ring Jess and confess, to ask if she'll help me switch it all back when a call comes in that I've been waiting for. 45 minutes of actress flattering later, a knock sounds at my door. "Come in," I say, eyes still on my computer screen as the bottom of the door whispers across the carpet. "Hey, did you see that email about the holy hell?" Jess gasps, and I look up to meet her wide eyes. "What? What?" She shakes her head, a hand coming over her mouth. "Evie, oh my God, I'll be right back." She rushes out of the room, returning a moment later with Daryl at her heels and closing the door behind them. "What's going on?" I ask. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Daryl can barely keep it together. "What did you do, Garfield?" What? I reach for the compact I keep in the bottom drawer, and I immediately see it. My hands, mostly my palms and up to my wrists, are orange. "Oh my God. You look like a construction cone," Daryl says, and she finally loses it, barely managing to add, "You're making me crave buffalo wings." "Oh my God, would you shut it?" And fumbling with the mirror, I manage to nearly hurl it across the room. My face is orange, too. Not just orange, but shimmery. I look like a sparkly circus peanut. Daryl moves to stand next to me. "What did you use?" "I didn't—" I stop, reaching for the lotion bottle I used earlier. "No." Unscrewing the cap, I bring it up to my nose and sniff. "No." Instead of the subtle vanilla scent I'm used to, I now notice a faint chemical smell. "No," I growl, my voice low and savage. "I'm going to kill him." "He put sunless tanner in your lotion bottle?" Daryl whispers, sounding horrified, but also a little impressed. Jess runs out and runs right back in again. Coming around the desk, she kneels on the floor next to me, pulling a makeup wipe from a little plastic package. "I'm now afraid for him." She reaches for my arm and starts to scrub. "Okay, a lot of it is coming off. It's just bronzer." Daryl laughs. "Give it 8 hours." "Oh, Evie, what happened?" A deep, mocking voice says, and we all look up to see a smiling Carter leaning against the doorframe. Jess practically falls backward in her attempt to flee. "You did this." "You want to start pointing fingers, Chef Decaf?" I giggle in spite of myself. "Pardon?" Pushing off the doorway, he steps closer. Daryl and Jess, wisely, clear the room. "I ran home at lunch to make some of my own coffee because the cups here just weren't cutting it. But sure enough, the ones at home are decaf too. In the grocery store parking lot, I couldn't remember where I parked my car and nearly got arrested trying to get into a different silver Audi." I feel a surge of pride rush through my blood. "You did?" He grins, shaking his head at me. "I did. Not cool." Holding out an arm for him to inspect, I say, "You don't get to come in here and play the victim card, sir." "I wouldn't dare." He steps closer. So close that I can feel the warmth of his skin against mine. The playfully contentious mood slips away, and I can practically feel the sweep of his attention as he moves his gaze briefly to my lips, as if he might kiss me again. No way. I think we both know that won't ever happen. "I liked you," he whispers. An ache worms itself between my ribs when he says this, and my response comes out more raw than I'd planned. "I liked you too." He stares at me, unblinking. "Evie, I'm just glad I figured out who you really are before we got in too deep. From deep in a pile of bubbles in Steph's bathtub, I address everyone and my innermost core at once. I'm going to bury him. We're all here, crowded into Michael and Steph's small bathroom. Daryl, Amelia, Jess, Steph, and, of course, me. Naked and slightly less orange. "That's great, honey," Daryl says, handing me another loofah around the shower curtain. "Just not tonight." "You have to admit that was pretty fucking clever," Amelia says. "To figure out how to use your lotion fetish against you." I look sullenly at the murky water around me. Makeup kept most of the bronzer from absorbing into my face, and it washed off pretty easily. But my palms and elbows absorbed more of the color, and both remain a faded, sickly shade of orange. It's not a fetish, more of a nervous tic, and he didn't figure anything out. I told him about the lotion thing. He took something I shared and used it against me. Dirty traitor. "Yeah, let's not let that halo slip too far there, Evie. You did strike first," Amelia reminds me. His decaffeinated self walked into a wall in front of my office. I peek my head around the shower curtain. "He did?" I say, gleefully, wishing I'd been there to see it. My smile straightens as she stares at me with a single, stern eyebrow raised. "Come on," I whine, breaking under the pressure. "It was coffee. I struck first with coffee. Besides, he pulled Dan Prince away from me, swapped out the Vanity Fair photographer for his brother without consulting me, and ditched our joint meeting with the chatty retreat coordinator. I wanted him to know I wasn't going to roll over." "So all he did was up the stakes," Amelia says calmly. "And if I know anything about you, you're already plotting retaliation." "You're damn right I am. Jess," I say, "I'm going to need you to do some unsavory things." She looks over at me from where she's sitting on the bathroom counter. "Am I going to be doing anything illegal?" Not sure yet." She rolls her eyes. "Will you at least take the fall if I get busted?" "Absolutely." "I'd like to go on record as saying I think this is a bad idea, but fine. I'm in." "You know, as Carter's friend, I feel I should step in here," Steph says. I tilt my head. "Perhaps you'd like to see the inside of your bathtub?" She holds her hands up to stop me from moving. No, not necessary." She looks over her shoulder toward the sound of the doorbell. "I'll be right back." Slipping back behind the curtain, I pick up the bar of soap and lather the loofah again. The shoot is next week, and he may have won this battle, but I'm winning the war. "Before I forget," Jess says, "I was originally coming into your office today to ask if you'd seen the email from accounting. They're doing an audit, and I need copies of all your expense reports." "Audit?" Daryl repeats. "Yeah," Jess says. "It has something to do with the private equity firm that backed P&D in the merge. I guess outside money means a closer eye on things. They want everyone's records, even mine." "Just reconciling the books post-merge," Amelia says. "Pretty normal stuff." Footsteps carry down the hall, and I peek out again to see Steph walking back into the bathroom with Daryl's assistant, Eric, right behind her. "What are you doing?" I shout, clutching the shower curtain to my chest. "I have my eyes closed," Eric says. "I needed to drop off these contracts for Daryl." As if to illustrate that he really does have his eyes closed, he runs into the door jamb. "Right here," Daryl says, maneuvering her way over to him. "Thanks for coming all the way out here, Eric." "What are you all doing, anyway?" Eric peeks, one eye open to glance around the room. "Secret meeting in a bathroom?" He squeezes his eyes closed again when he catches sight of me in the tub and offers me a small wave. "Oh, hi, Miss Abby." "Plotting revenge against one of your own?" Daryl tells him with the cap of a pen between her teeth. She turns him, holding the papers up against his rather broad, muscled back so she can use him as a makeshift table. "You might be wondering why Evie is sitting in a nest of orange bubbles." "I mean," he says quietly, "the question had crossed my mind, but Miss Baker from HR is here, so I figured this is a don't ask, don't tell situation." Amelia nods. "Good instinct." "Someone put bronzer in the lotion on Evie's desk," Daryl says, and Eric is unable to hold in a single, loud burst of laughter. In a whisper, Daryl adds, "Carter did it." Amelia slides her hand down her face. Daryl, don't reveal names to the civilian, I say, a little loudly. Relax, she says. Eric is cool. Hell, he might even have some ideas. She turns him back around, handing him the stack of signed papers. You might be pretty terrible with phones, but you're a genius with computers. She smiles winningly up at him. No offense. Could you create a program that automatically reconciles our expenses with invoices? Jess quips dryly from her perch on the counter. Daryl waves her off. Boring, Jess. We're talking sabotage. He shrugs. I could be Team Estrogen. What do you need? I could wipe Carter's credit score, create a warrant for his arrest. My stomach gives a surprising lurch. I don't actually want him to go to prison. I could hack into his email, Eric suggests. Maybe rearrange his calendar? My interest is momentarily piqued. You can do all that? We're treated to a sexy little lift of his chin. Sure, I can do pretty much anything. A room full of women watches Eric when he says this, absolutely taking his word for it. Finally, Amelia covers her ears. No way this won't end badly. She's right, I say. I appreciate it, but I'm going to have to keep it more zany hijinks and less criminal mastermind. Steph throws one of Morgan's ducky washcloths in my direction, and the group files out of the bathroom, leaving me to finish up and ponder revenge alone. Climbing out onto the bath mat, I look up and, through the steam on the mirror, I see something hanging on the door behind me. Carter's suit. I smile at my reflection. Zany hijinks it is. He does call me evil, after all. If I'm going to the dark side anyway, I might as well do it right.
Chapter 16. Carter. It's been 2 days, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about what Evie said to me. You're doing it again, aren't you? I lie. No. Michael Christopher looks up from me across the table at creme de la crepe. Yes, you are, he nods to Jonah. Doesn't he always do this? Jonah nods. I look between them. What do I always do? Obsess over something someone might have said, or the possibility that, heaven forbid, someone might not like you. You've been like this your entire life. Maybe that's why you've escalated this thing with Evie. She doesn't like you, and so you make sure it's because of something you've done, rather than the possibility she might not like you as a person. Ow, that hits me right where it hurts. No, she was pretty clear. She used to like me, but was glad to find out who I really am before we got too involved. Essentially, I'm a prick. You're not a prick, Michael says, and waves a spoon in front of Morgan, trying to divert her attention from basically every other moving thing in the restaurant. You're just dumb. Don't lie to him, MC. He's a total prick, Jonah says, and I glare at him. Aside from a few texts to set up things for the photo shoot, Jonah and I haven't really talked since I found out about his little money situation. I invited him to join us for breakfast, so I could go over the details for Friday and reiterate how important it is not to fuck this up. So far, all he's done is stare at his phone and make wisecracks at my expense. It's nauseating to think how much I have riding on my brother here. Brad thinks I brought him in because I have some sort of master plan, which means that if Jonah screws up and the shoot is any flavor of diva, there's no way Brad won't find out. There would be no coming back from that. The new contract will be Evie's, and I'll be on a plane back to my parents' house. He's not a prick, Steph says to Jonah. Apparently she caught this last bit from him as she was returning from the bathroom. Why would you say that? It's heartwarming to see both MC and Steph sticking up for me, but let's be real. I deserve at least some shit for the other day with Evie. You've been quiet today, I say to her. Everything okay? Yeah, just, work, she says, repeatedly stabbing her ice water with a straw. She seems off, but when I look at what she's eating, who could blame her? Her husband is shoveling down the ooh-la-la, an enormous plate of waffles smothered in Nutella, strawberries, bananas, and mango, and she's having egg whites with sautéed spinach before she heads to yoga. Yoga? As if that's not bad enough, she'll essentially be doing it on an empty stomach. I think I'm only now realizing how hard it must be to be a woman. Too thin or not thin enough. Do your job flawlessly, but don't show up any of the men. Speak up, but don't be bitchy. smile, and then you have people like Brad totally playing into it. I rub my finger along the side of my water glass, watching the condensation drip onto the napkin underneath it. I'm feeling like a dick for playing into it myself. Do you ever have one of those moments when something seems like a good idea, and then you realize later that you are, in fact, a total fucking moron? Michael doesn't miss a beat. Every day. Jonah looks up from his phone again, as if the topic of my failures is the only conversation worthy of his attention. What did you do? I jab a piece of sausage with my fork. Nothing. Never mind. Come on, he says. In case you haven't noticed, my life is in the toilet right now. I'm a total fucking moron. Give me something here. His honesty catches me off guard. It's just a series of really stupid things that snowballed, I tell them. And now I'm legitimately afraid to go to work on Monday. Steph coughs. Okay, Jonah says. Let's see, where to start, I say. I guess we could go with when our boss knocked Evie's breakfast into the trash because he's a sexist dick, and I just sat there and watched. Or when I let her sit through a meeting with 2 of her shirt buttons undone. 2 very important buttons, I clarify. She didn't tell me about that, Steph says, and her expression is a little terrifying. How are the tits? Jonah asks, bringing it all back to the important issues. Nice? Before I can reach across and smack him, Steph does it, then turns to Michael. Did you know about all this? I heard that something untoward had occurred, he says, choosing his words carefully. I told him it was wrong, very wrong. He gives me a stern expression that says he'll murder me in my sleep if I so much as hint at the truth. Steph groans. I knew about Jonah and the weird Dan Prince situation, and that you'd flaked out on the meeting with the retreat coordinator. All of that is professional stuff between the 2 of you. But playing into Brad's sexism? That makes me angry at you, Carter. It's hard enough for a woman to be taken seriously in this business and seen as a person with a brain and not an object. Men get passes for acting like it's 1960 and every woman in the office is their secretary. Evie will have to be smarter, faster, and better at her job than you are for possibly less money and a whole lot less recognition, all while appearing totally grateful for it. I want to crawl under the table. That's exactly what I told him, Michael says, nodding feverishly. That it undermines her credibility. Didn't I tell you that, Carter? If I had a shame bell, I would follow him around. Very disappointed in you. I felt trapped, I say. If I said something, would she have been more embarrassed? Plus, she would know I was looking at her boobs. Which you were, I'm sure, Steph says. Well, yeah, because they're great. She reaches across and smacks me this time. I don't see the problem, Jonas says. None of this sounds bad so far. That's not very reassuring, I say, and then look back at Steph. Like I said, it escalated. I don't even know how it happened. One minute I was in line at the store getting caffeinated K-cups for the office, and the next I look over and see this giant display of bronzer. To summarize, I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up in a ditch somewhere. Wait, is this the girl from the party? Jonah asks around a mouthful of potatoes. My potatoes. The one you couldn't close the deal with? I toss him an icy glance. Why are you even here? You asked me to come, dickbag. You wanted to lecture me about the stupid shoot. You do understand this is what I do, right? He straightens, a sign he's getting riled up. You think I've made it this far because I need you to show me how to do my job? Annoyance flares in my chest, but I do my best to push it down. I reacted almost the same way when Evie told me it was time to move on Dan. Just remember, I made sure they could work with your schedule and the new shoot time is 11, I tell him. We're doing makeup at 8:30. Be there at 9. Don't be late. And no attitude either. I put my neck out for you on this, not to mention Evie's. Fucking hell, I'll be there, Carter. My brother shoves his phone into his pocket and stands. Why are you just such a dick all the time? Dick! Morgan screams, and we watch Jonah storm out of the restaurant. On that note, Steph says, checking the time, my class starts in 10. She kisses each of us on the head, Morgan twice, grabs her gym bag, and heads out. Michael Christopher cuts up some more of his waffle into bite-sized pieces and slides them onto his daughter's plate. But Morgan, tired of sitting quietly, has climbed out of her seat and relocated to my lap. Michael watches us, his face slowly melting into a floppy expression of fondness. I know what he's thinking. He wants this for me. He wants us to meet for breakfast on Sundays and watch our kids play together. He wants our wives to be the best of friends. I don't need to be a genius to know he still wants me to find that with Evie. I'd be lying if I didn't say I wanted it a little too. I was never on the right page with Gwen, but something tells me I might have found it with Evie. We'd probably kill each other first, but who knows, that might have been part of the fun. You have your dad's face on, I tell him. I do not have my dad's face on. Yeah, you do. I lift a hand, drawing a vague circle in the air. You get all glassy-eyed and sentimental, like you're mentally embroidering our names on a quilt. All this talk of sabotage is going to make it really awkward for me to make a toast at your guys' wedding. I hate to break it to you, but I think that ship sailed about the time I was refilling her lotion bottle on Friday afternoon. Michael picks up his mug and looks at me over the top of it, smug. I forgot Steph had a cat for a week when she was on a trip in college, and I'm still here. You never know. Besides, you seem strangely optimistic. Dare I say chipper for a man who plans to die this week? One might even think you're enjoying this a little. My face says no, but the jump in my pulse as he mirrors my earlier thoughts says otherwise. Evil would cut off my balls and hand them to me if she thought it would give her an edge. And while that's not particularly appealing, the idea that I have to constantly keep up is. Evie is smarter, and there's a rush of adrenaline in having to work to stay one step ahead. If only I knew how to do that. Mildly obsessing over my next move, I barely sleep Sunday night and feel like a walking time bomb the next morning. I'm not sure what I'm expecting. Burning bags of excrement on my porch, to be accosted by hired ninjas in the stairway. Both of these possibilities seem highly unlikely, and yet I look out the peephole before I leave, check around the corner as I head to the stairs, even check beneath the hood of my car before I start it. Get a grip, Carter. I try to laugh off my nerves as I turn the key and the ignition comes to life without exploding into a ball of fire. Maybe the best retaliation is no retaliation at all. Damn you, Evie. Traffic is better than usual this morning, and with my second cup of coffee down by the time I get to work, I've regained a bit of my nerve. Justin is out sick today, and I make small talk with a couple of the interns as I pass. Kylie looks frazzled about something, but I steer clear, stopping by the Keurig in the break room before officially starting my day. It's regular, I check. My door is still locked, a good sign. Evie's light is on, but her door is closed, and if I'm careful not to jangle my keys or make any unnecessary noise, it's because I'm considerate, not scared. Nothing has changed. My computer is where I left it. My stapler is still on the corner of my desk. The words "Die Carter, die" aren't scribbled on the wall in poop or blood. I'm calling it a win. Still, I close the door quietly and tiptoe to my desk. I log into the network, wincing, but the computer seems normal too. I pull up an address and answer a few emails, grab the papers I need, and then casually lean to the side where I can usually get a view of Evie's legs. No dice. I'm just about to head out when my phone rings. This is Carter. Hello? I think the caller says. I fiddle with the volume. Hello, I repeat. This is Carter Aaron. Hello? The voice on the other end is so faint I find myself squinting as I try to hear. I'm sorry, I think we have a bad connection. Can you call back? Hello? The line disconnects only to ring a moment later. Carter Aaron, I say. Carter, this is Caleb, I make out. Caleb Faraz, Dan Prince's manager. We've been playing phone tag for 2 weeks now. Caleb, there's... Can you hear me? I think there's something wrong with my phone. I'm shouting. I look at the handset, shaking it before bringing it back to my ear. Can you call my cell? Can't, I think I make out, followed by taking off. There are more words, but I'm not sure whether I'm hearing them or just making them up. Dan, talk. Trip, weeks. Fuck. Caleb, send me a text when you can, and I'll talk to you soon. I think he says goodbye, but I'm not even sure. I hang up and dial Michael Christopher's number. He answers, and it's more of the same. I think he can hear me, but there's no way to tell because I can't hear him. I send him a text, letting him know I'll explain later. Grabbing the needed files, I head out, a little disappointed when I find that Evie's door is still closed. Why am I in a hurry to run into her? I'm sure she's furious, and the last thing I'll see before I die will be an orange-tinted Evie with her hands wrapped around my neck. With Justin gone, I stop at Kylie's desk on my way out. She's talking to some guy from the mailroom, so I pull out my phone while I wait. Just be sure that anything with a P.O. box goes straight to Mr. Kingman, okay? He was very specific about that. Post office box, got it, the kid says, typing a note into a little handheld machine. Later, Kai. Kylie peeks around the departing employee and smiles widely at me. Carter, how are you? I'm well, how are you? Great. Want to grab lunch today? I make a show of looking disappointed when, in fact, I'm a little relieved to have an excuse. I'm meeting a client, I say, and her face falls into an attractive pout. Something tells me that look almost always works. I was just leaving, but I wanted to see if we could get someone to check my phone. Your phone? Something's wrong with the volume, I tell her. She follows me down the hall, picking up my handset and holding it to her ear, pressing the volume buttons a few times before unscrewing the earpiece. Oh, she says, and I lean in too. There's a piece of tape in here. That's weird. Carefully, she removes the offending item and puts the handset back together. I stare at the curl of plastic in her outstretched palm. Yeah, weird. On her way out, she leans against the doorway instead. Glad I could help. Don't be afraid to call if you, need anything else, she says, pausing at the sound of Evie's opening door. Or want to grab lunch sometime. Evie steps out into the hall and pauses behind where Kylie stands, now straighter in awareness. With a little smile and a quiet, Hi, Evie, Kylie heads down the hall. Leaning against her open doorway with a pair of, thank God, normal-colored arms folded across her chest, Evie smiles at me. Didn't mean to interrupt. Close your door next time? Ignoring this, I tell her, funny story, my phone wasn't working, and Kylie helped me figure out why. Seems someone put a piece of tape over the earpiece. Wonder who would have done that. No idea, Evie says with a shrug. I just got in. But if we're going by the number of people who are out to make you look bad, there's probably a few to choose from. What is that supposed to mean? I ask, genuinely offended now and following when she pushes away from her door and heads into the break room. People like me. You're the one they're afraid of. She pulls a mug down from the cupboard and pours herself a cup of coffee. Okay, Carter. What do you mean? I stop in my tracks. Don't do that. She slowly pours cream into her cup and looks up at me. Do what? Pretend that none of this gets to you. Play some juvenile mind game. You're the one who followed me down here. Unaffected, she puts the cream away and heads for the door. Fine, I say. Fine. Her evil laugh rings down the hallway.
Chapter 17. Evie. Steph! Taping Carter's phone was pretty great. So simple. Maybe my best idea ever. Evie, did you do something to Carter's suit? The one that was in the bathroom? What? I can't hear you. I'm going through Laurel Canyon. We're texting, asshole. Did you? Maybe a little. In which case, I'm going to change my previous answer and say that this was my best idea ever. Sigh. Don't worry. A little fun. Totally harmless. You realize this isn't normal behavior, right?
Chapter 18. Carter. Things have not been pretty at P&D. Monday was the stupid tape incident. Tuesday, I snuck a pretty healthy splash of Dave's ghost pepper hot sauce into Evie's burrito, and quite enjoyed her angry, sexy little growl as she ran back to the break room and chugged down some half-and-half we keep in the fridge. She returned the favor on Wednesday by soaking my desk chair so my ass was visibly wet for the rest of my meetings. She didn't come straight to the office Thursday, so I didn't get to enjoy how she might have looked with all the glitter I put in the vents of her car. But it was a chilly morning, and I'm sure the glitter got pretty sticky when it blew out with all that nice warm air. Admittedly, after that I was so paranoid she'd booby-trapped my office that I could barely touch anything without wincing. She stopped by at the end of the day, still a little sparkly around the hairline, just in time to see me bite into what I thought was a candy apple from Kylie, but was actually a candy onion from Evie. I was thwarted in my desire to murder her by the news that Steve Gaynor in television was let go. Nothing like a dose of reality to put things in perspective. We're supposed to be on set with Jonah by 8:30 on Friday, but my evil paranoia has me there by 8, standing outside the locked studio, shivering. My jacket feels tight, my pants too, and I can barely wrap my arms around my shoulders to keep warm. Great. All the stress eating is taking a toll. About half of the crew arrives a few minutes after I do, including Jamie's manager, who, as soon as we get inside, begins arguing with the Vanity Fair creative director and one of Jonah's assistants about the lighting. "Carter, hey," Allie says, excusing herself and crossing over to where craft services are just starting to set up behind me. "Hey." Just like Brad mentioned when he initially placed Jamie on my list, Allie is what you would call a hands-on manager. Whereas some managers are just yes-men, there to make their client happy and get a producer credit along the way, Allie is involved in almost every aspect of Jamie's career. My life will be a hell of a lot easier because of it. "Do we know what time to expect Jamie?" "She just got here," she says, nodding over to a doorway leading to the dressing rooms. "She's in her room with her trainer." "Great. That's how we roll." Her eyes follow some of the caterers as they begin unloading. She taps one of them on the shoulder as she sets down a tray of cookies and points to the rest wrapped in cellophane. "There are no raisins in any of these, right?" The woman looks at the label on the bottom of a tray and then consults a well-worn clipboard. "Food allergy? I didn't see that on the order." "Fussy actress," Allie corrects, and the caterer offers her an understanding smile. "Let's see," the woman says, scanning the pages before stopping on an itemized list. "We have coffee and tea service, soda, fruit juices, ice water with assorted citrus, energy drinks, chocolate chip cookies, assorted danishes, sports bars." She rattles off a seemingly endless list, flipping through the papers again before smiling up at Allie. "The only raisin should be in the trail mix, and it will be clearly labeled." Allie gives her the thumbs up and turns back to me. I snag a cookie from the tray and then pause, looking down at it. My suit is becoming increasingly uncomfortable, like Spanx. Have I put on that much weight? Absently, I touch my stomach. "Jamie is fussy about raisins?" Allie nods. "She's one of the most level-headed actresses I've worked with, but Lord is she particular about her food." I raise a brow, and Allie waves me off. "Don't worry, she's not a diva or anything and would never hold up a shoot. She's just really, really particular." "As in particular with the side of losing it?" "Borderline?" she says, grinning. "But regardless, that's why I'm here." Her phone dings and she swipes across the screen. "Which is more than I can say for Seamus. I'll take care of Jamie, you just make sure he's on his best behavior today." Seamus is Evelyn Abbey's problem, not mine. I casually scan the room for evil over Allie's shoulder, not sure if I feel more pleased or disappointed when I don't see her. "Good luck to her," is all I have to say. He's so used to having his head filled with adoration on that YouTube channel of his that he can't take a simple no. I know it's a sign of the times, but he got his start on the same platform where my 9-year-old uploads her What's in My Backpack videos. Kids today want to be famous. You ask them famous for what, and they don't care. Did you know that at Seamus's first YouTube photo shoot, he wanted his own toilet seat? And Kanye's graduation album played on a continual loop, and when he didn't like the color scheme on one of the set designs, he said he'd be back when it was repainted? Allie scans the area. He will lose the plot one day, mark my words. I nod, having heard all of this, and more. "If you feel that way, then why on earth did you encourage Jamie to take this part?" She lowers her voice. "Because Jamie needs this role, and right now Seamus is hot. Let him pay $600 for a hipster reflexologist to blow marijuana smoke in his face and balance his fucking chakras. I don't care. But here, he'd better show up and do the work, not fly off the handle. Pretty early in his game to start showing his ass." I laugh. "I'll be sure to give my colleague the heads up, and keep those raisins away from Jamie." "I will." Allie switches off her phone and slips it into her pocket. "Let me know when the photographer is here." I give her a tight smile when I realize that means Jonah still hasn't materialized. "Will do." I turn and almost run right into Evie. Shit. "Oops, didn't see you eavesdropping behind me." "Eavesdropping?" She pulls back to give me an amused smile. "Oh, Carter, you love hearing yourself talk enough for the both of us." Like they have a mind of their own, my eyes quickly skirt down the length of her body and back up again. She's wearing a sleeveless button-down shirt dress, with the top 2 buttons open, exposing collarbone and just a hint of cleavage, and I'm left momentarily speechless by her shoulders and her boobs. When I meet her gaze, the corner of her mouth twitches, and I know that I'm busted. I see all your buttons are accounted for today, I say. See? That wasn't so hard. You'll learn this workplace etiquette with more seasoning, sport. I turn as she slips past me. It was simply a battle between workplace etiquette and a complete lack of interest. I call after her. Lack of interest won. She stops, spinning slowly to face me, and I feel sweat prick at the back of my neck. My suit seems to shrink further. Instinctively, I tighten my fingers around the cookie in one hand and the phone in the other, feeling every one of my stupid texts with Michael Christopher flash before my eyes. I can't help but worry the sentiment in each is scrolling across my face, too. I nearly put my face in Evie's boobs in her office. Keep reminding me that she's Lucifer. Right, Lucifer. Remember, Carter, it's essentially her or you. Did I touch a nerve? I ask. There's the slightest twitch in her jaw, one so slight it would probably go unnoticed by someone who hasn't memorized every inch of her face. Her posture becomes less rigid, her expression suddenly softer. How are you feeling today? You good? Confused by this change of tactic, I instinctively want to cover my crotch. Instead, I straighten, taking the smallest step back. Why? No reason, she says with a casual shrug. You just look a little, I don't know, fluffier than normal. There's a distinct emphasis on the word fluffier, and I feel naked and afraid as her eyes drop all the way down my body and back up before she takes the cookie from me. Are you depressed? She asks, tossing it into the trash. Smiling sweetly at me, she coos, Carter, you don't need that. It takes a minute for the pattern of her questions to register. How are you feeling today? You good? Fluffier than normal? And then I get it. Evie fucked with my suit. I would strangle her right now if I had more range of motion inside this tiny jacket. But instead, as I watch her walk triumphantly down the hall, I pull my phone from my pocket, open the saved post in my browser, and hit submit. 1, 2... She pulls up short as her phone rings, retrieving it from her purse. Evelyn Abbey speaking. A pause, and her forehead furrows. What? No, I think there's been some mistake. I don't have a car for sale. I rock back on my heels. My bad mood is a distant memory. No, she says again. I told you, I don't have... Yes, that's my number, but I'm not selling a car, and definitely not at that price. Ending the call, she turns to leave, but her phone rings again. Hello? No, there's been some sort of mix-up. Someone else just... No, I don't have a car for sale. Can I ask where you saw this? Craigslist? In the Times? She looks back at me from over her shoulder. And what did the ad say? A moment of silence. Tesla Model S, one owner, $1,000 or best offer? She shouts and hangs up the phone, turning to me. You did this! It's my turn to shrug. Did what? I didn't know you were selling a car. Good for you, taking a chance on the LA public transit system. That's it, Aaron, she growls, walking back to me and pointing a finger at my chest. No more freebies, no more help. From now on, you're on your own. Narcissist much? She leans in close and I get a whiff of her. It slaps me somewhere nostalgic, making me dizzy. Just do your job today, okay? She growls. Watch that your brother doesn't screw this up and make sure Jamie doesn't slow Seamus down. Come 9:30, Jonah is still nowhere to be found. By 10, I've almost worn a hole through the studio floor and possibly the seams of these pants when he comes strolling in, talking on his cell phone, carrying a takeout coffee cup and sporting dark sunglasses. Evie, thankfully, is in Seamus's dressing room trying to calm the actor down. What the fuck, Jonah? I say, crossing to him. The fabric between my thighs chafes audibly with each step. Swish, swish, swish. Nice of you to stop by. He looks up at me over the top of his lenses. Chill out. Chill out, I repeat under my breath, turning away and pushing a hand through my hair. The seams of my jacket protest. We moved things to accommodate your schedule. Would you relax? He says, clearly agitated now. My assistant has everything set up, and I've already gone through the shoot list with the creative director. I'll do a final check of lights, and we can get started by 11, exactly like we discussed. Just get out of my fucking space. If my brother came with one set of instructions, they would say, "Does not play well with others." In school, he used to get into fights almost daily with kids who teased him about his ever-present camera. Now, as an adult, he just doesn't care what anyone thinks about him. As long as he's making money, he's fine. It's something I've never been able to understand. His assistant took care of it this time, but what Jonah fails to realize is that at some point, somewhere, someone will decide he's not worth the hassle. Now the crew are annoyed about being kept waiting. The talent have both returned to their dressing room in varying states of frustration. The editors are all typing wildly into their phones because the photographer I arranged has them already behind schedule, and Evie, aside from telling off people wanting to buy her car, has been wearing her best "I told you so" expression since the moment 8:30 came and went without any sign of my brother. Thank God I posted that ad this morning. The delight in seeing Evie lose it is the only thing keeping me together. I'm halfway down the hall on my way to Jamie's dressing room when the screaming starts. "Who put raisins in these cookies?" I knock on the partially open door and poke my head inside. Is everything okay? By this point, Jamie is dramatically retching into a garbage can, and Allie is standing over her, rubbing her back. "There was a raisin in the cookie," Allie says to me before turning back to Jamie. "Honey, let's take it down a notch before people start talking. If I have to get makeup back in here to clean you up, I'm going to lose my mind." "Aren't those the ones from craft services?" I ask, picking up one to examine it before turning it over. "We looked at these earlier. I don't remember any." I stop and stare down at the cookie in my hand. It looks like someone has pressed raisins into the underside of the cookie. Lots of them. Raisins that weren't there earlier this morning. I swing my head around to face the door. "I'll be back." I set down the cookie and head toward the door. "Allie, the photographer is here. Can you get Jamie prepped to start soon? I'm sorry about all this, by the way." "Carter, they're raisins, not amphetamines. She'll be fine." I nod, offering Jamie another apologetic smile before I step out and close the door behind me. I am fuming. Evie is with Seamus and his assistant in his dressing room. If I had any doubt that she was the one responsible, those hopes are dashed as soon as she sees my face. Her eyes light up, cheeks flush. "Sorry to interrupt," I growl, poking my head through the doorway. "Evie, I need to talk to you." "Sorry, Carter, we're just in the middle of something," she says, but pointedly looks down at the floor. "Unfortunately, it's important. Excuse us for just a second, guys." With a calm touch that surprises me, I reach for Evie's arm and gently lead her down a narrow hallway and into a sound mixing room, empty but for some cables, a dim fluorescent light on in the corner, and equipment locked up along the far wall, my pants swishing the entire way. "What's that sound?" she asks with a grin, but I ignore her. My hand around her arm is shaking. I'm so furious. Furious and hot. I'm really hot. These pants are tight as hell. "You are fucking unreal." "What the hell are you doing?" she says. "We're minutes away from starting the light tests." The door closes behind us, sealing us in the dim light, and Evie wrenches her arm out of my grip. "We don't have time for this. We can take 5 minutes to fucking talk." "So talk. Is this where we are now? We'll just keep tearing little pieces out of each other?" "Oh, I'm sorry," she says, hands to her hips. "I can't hear your man-baby words over the 75 phone calls from people wanting to buy my non-existent Tesla." "Did I do the lotion thing to get back at you for the coffee?" I begin. "Yeah. Do I regret it? Hell no. I can still hear the echo of your frustrated roar from the other end of the hall." She takes a swaggering step closer. "That must be rough, being the consummate people-pleaser that you are. How depressing to need every single person's approval." "That would be a first for you, right?" I ask, leaning in. "Caring what other people think?" "Only because I don't need to be everyone's best friend to get the job done." "Or anyone's, for that matter." Her face is so close to mine, brown eyes flashing. "Are we really getting into this again?" she asks, shaking her head at me. "Carter, look at this from my side. No one ever told a guy he needs to be nicer at work to get ahead." I open my mouth to respond, but snap it shut. Evie moves in even closer, close enough that she has to tilt her head to look up at me. We could be embracing. It takes every ounce of restraint I have not to glance down to her dress. "I tried nice, Carter," she says, "and here I am fighting to keep my job, a job I'm more qualified for, if we're being honest. You might be the one everyone likes, but I'm the one who gets the job done. So stay out of my way." Her words bounce around the otherwise silent room, and I'm left a little stunned. The truth of what Steph said about being a woman in this business comes rushing back, and the weight of guilt settles deep in my stomach, which is laughable because the last thing Evie would want from me is pity. "Fine," I say. She clearly didn't expect this. "Fine?" I nod. "Yeah." I take a couple of steps back so I'm leaning against the wall. I need air with her so close. "You are good at your job. We both are. From the start we agreed that wasn't the problem. Brad set up this bullshit competition and we played right into it. Little did I know what a sexist shit show it would become, and I hate it. I do." I push off again and move back to her. "But you're pretending the fucked up system of toxic masculinity is the reason you're a dick to me, when really, I think you just hate how things have changed between us." When she doesn't respond, I lean in. "So here's the thing, Evie. If we put our heads down and do our jobs and stay out of each other's way, then we can just be colleagues." She gives me an aggressive shrug. "Okay, sounds good to me." "Colleagues. That's it," I say, and her shoulders fall a little as she gets where I'm going with this. My heart is pounding so hard. I have to pull off my suit jacket so I don't feel like I'm going to hyperventilate. Evie watches me take it off and drop it next to us, eyes rapt as she looks back to my face. Passing in the hallway, small talk, work emails. Whatever this is, I say, waving between us, would go away. You may not like the glitter explosion in your car, but at least you know I was thinking about you when I did it. I pause, swallowing. At least now you know I can't stop thinking about you. I can't believe I just said this. I can't believe I didn't really realize it before just now. Are we really this immature? Jesus Christ, I guess we are. With this admission, it feels like a tight cage around my chest has been unlocked, and I can let out a huge breath. "Well," I say quietly, "there's my dramatic admission for the day." I expect her victorious evil cackle, or even awkward stunned silence, so I'm surprised when she moves up against me and slides her hand into my hair, pulling me down to her mouth. I am immediately, completely on board. She pulls my lower lip into her mouth, sucking and nipping just hard enough to tap a mallet to the gunpowder of my blood. My hips press forward against hers, and the sound she makes in response dumps fuel everywhere. I am on fire. "We don't have time for this." She says it into my lips even as she stretches higher, pressing into me. Even when she reaches for my hand, urging me to touch her. "We don't have time for this." Her hand is like a clamp around my wrist, dragging it down over her breast, beneath her dress, up her leg. Against my mouth, her lips feel like a holy experience, eager in a way that tells me I'm not the only one who thinks about this all the fucking time. My hand finds the lace of her underwear, sliding under, and her little gasp telegraphs her thoughts immediately. "Touch me there, get me off, do it quickly." I laugh and thrill, amazed at how easy she is to remember. The shape of her, the way she moves against my hand. Only the second time I've touched her, but here we are, snapping back into focus. Her hand slides down over the front of my pants, which have become their own kind of torture device, and she giggles into my mouth. "I'm sorry," she says between shallow breaths. I don't care about my fucking suit. I don't even care when her hand loses focus and slides back up my body, pulling my head against her. Her neck is warm and thrumming beneath my teeth. Half of me wants to bite her, so she comes stumbling out of this room like a screaming sex telegraph. But the other half wants her to leave the room put back together, keeping this perfect little secret after she comes around my fingers with her hands digging into my shoulders and her mouth open in that quiet, soft cry. After I slow my touch but don't pull away. Evie's eyes are closed, her face tilted up to the ceiling. With my free arm around her, I'm practically holding her up, and this mighty force in my arms somehow feels so fragile. But I like that about her. I like that when she's on alert, every tiny bit of her packs a punch. "We didn't have time for this," she whispers again. "Oh well." She pulls her head up, looking at me with unfocused eyes and grins. "Oh well." Evie makes to move back, and I untangle my hand from her underwear, letting her go. She looks at the buttons of her dress, straightening things, running fingers through her hair. With reluctance, I bend, picking up my jacket. "Thanks," she says, then bites her lip. I laugh, and this breaks her grin free. "You're welcome." What the fuck happens now? She opens her mouth to speak, but a fist bangs on the door, and I swear to God all 4 of our collective feet leave the ground with how much it terrifies us. "Carter!" I clasp a hand over my chest. It's only Jonah, but I think I've just lost 3 years of my life. I lean over, opening the door. Light from the hallway spills into the dim room, and I squint over at him. "What?" He takes quick stock of the scene before him. "We're getting some green screen shots before we move the set pieces into place." With a little grin, he adds, "Thought you two might want to come out." "Is everything okay?" I ask. "You think I'm a fucking idiot?" I stare at him wordlessly. Jonah rolls his eyes and then looks past me to Evie. "You must be the maddening woman." "You must be the douchebag brother." He smiles, delighted. "Carter's love looks a lot like hate, doesn't it?" Evie unleashes her amazing cackle, and I reach forward and smack him. "How did you know we were in here?" Jonah turns, laughing, and heads back down the hall. He calls over his shoulder, "That's where everyone goes in this studio to fuck."
Chapter 19. Evie. Monday morning meetings are going to be an issue. Carter is sitting across from me, bent head-to-head with Amy over a spreadsheet. I'm only now taking the time to notice that his hair has gotten a little shaggy in front, but he's kept it short on the sides, and, well, I'm quite enjoying it. Today he's wearing a light blue shirt, and I don't know if it's intentional, but the top 2 buttons are undone, showing a nice hint of his pecs. Unfortunately, now I can't really blame him for the Evie blouse disaster of late October, because there is no way I am telling him that I can see chest below collarbone, for fear that he would remove it from my view. His sleeves are rolled up, exposing his forearms, and he's doing that fascinating trick where he flips a pen over the back of his hand. Back and forth, back and forth. He made me come with those fingers. Back and forth. My chest twists a little as I realize how hard I'm swooning and how far that will take me, because who knows what is going on between us. We sure haven't talked about what happened Friday. After Jonah found us, we left the mixing room in silence. We walked down the hall and found that our presence was completely useless anyway. Jonah and the crew had the shoot under control, and we wrapped right on time. After only a brief, shared look of bewilderment, Carter went to his car, I went to mine, and we left separately. He didn't call, I didn't call, and we haven't made eye contact again. But, thankfully, we haven't melted back down into petty sabotage, either. Oh, no. I'm softening toward him again, which can mean only one thing. My defenses are down. It would probably be wise for me to make a list of all the ways he offends me on a personal and professional level. 1. He's too overtly sexy for the workplace. 2. He clearly can't button his shirts. Deleted because hypocritical. 3. I look up and stare blankly at the fingers, flipping the pen back and forth across his hand. I'll compile the rest of the list later. I'm also, and I loathe saying it because I despise the cliché of 2 girls pitted against each other for the boy, slightly annoyed by Kylie. She's sitting at the end of the table near Brad's perch, waiting, like all of us, for the boss man to appear, but she isn't even trying to be subtle about staring at Carter. She may or may not be having an affair with Brad, but she definitely wants to bang Carter. I am 0% on board with this plan because, just before I light his tight pants on fire, I'd like to actually have sex with him. Maybe that'd get him out of my system.
"How was the Vanity Fair shoot?"
Brad asks, strolling into the room, and both Carter and I jump. "Great!" we exclaim in unison. Brad narrows his eyes at us, and Carter grins.
"It went off without a hitch."
I nod. "No bumps."
"Or grinds,"
Carter adds, and stifles a grin. I stare at the table, trying to strangle down my laugh. The giddy thrill of having Carter acknowledge what we did on Friday makes me want to jump on the table and start channeling Missy Elliott. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Brad sit up.
Yeah? They got all the shots they needed, Carter says. Everyone left happy.
On the whole, I was very satisfied, I add. Carter coughs, and the room falls into a heavy silence. Brad's steely gaze narrows, and he glances back and forth between me and Carter, who are very pointedly not looking at each other.
What am I missing?
Nothing, we say in unison again.
I don't want to know anymore,
Brad says, turning to Ashton. Everyone is awkwardly shifting in their seats, looking at each other in silent, what do you know about this, communication. No one cares about the photo shoot. There's drama all the time at those things, but it's rarely between the agents. Now they're pigs, sniffing for truffles. Our colleagues are either dying of curiosity or convinced they know something, but no one is oblivious. Not in this business. I glance over at Kylie and catch her sullen pout directed at Carter. He seems to catch it at the same time, doing a tiny double take before busying himself with something on his phone. But I don't miss the way he peeks up at me, eyes shining.
Ashton,
Brad says.
Have you heard back from Joe Tierney over at Paramount?
He moved to DreamWorks last week, I say absently, tearing my attention from Carter. Everyone goes silent. It's an unspoken rule that any correcting of the boss is done way more subtly than that. Brad is top dog here. Brad is the first to know everything. That's the rule. Did I forget about that?
No, I don't think so,
Brad says, pulling his glasses lower so he can peer at me over the rims.
He's there until March.
I wince, shaking my head, inwardly telling myself to shut the hell up. The last thing I need to give Brad is another reason to dislike me. He left early, wiggled out of his contract. I try to lighten this with a little smile, but Brad just stares blankly at me for several silent seconds.
Getting out of a contract. What an interesting idea.
The room is as silent as a grave.
Thanks for the clarification,
he says, slow blinking back down to his notes and writing it down. My good mood vanishes. What have I just done? Despite the flirtation of the Monday meeting, for the rest of the week, Carter and I really do put our heads down and bust our asses. It's the end of the year, when we're all scrambling to wrap up the last few contracts before Hollywood essentially shuts down for a month around Christmas. It seems as though every time I'm in the office, Carter is at an off-site. We don't even pass each other in the halls or parking deck. To be honest, it's better this way. Having that random tension release hookup on Friday doesn't really change anything, as Brad so aptly reminded me on Monday. Looking back, I missed the beginning of the shoot while I was getting pleasured by Carter and lost some of my professional traction by being punny with him in front of the entire features department. Not to mention this little game we've been playing. Thank God we both pulled our heads out of our asses before someone lost a client, or worse. I've never put a guy before my career, although the impact of that decision sometimes needles my thoughts. If you always put career first, you will only have your career to put first. Unfortunately, in this case, it really is a choice of the job or the guy. By Friday afternoon, everyone is in the rising phase of cocktail hour. Every November, Brad hosts a tree lighting party at his house. This year's party is tonight, which adds extra oomph to the office drinking. The atmosphere outside my door is cheerful, if not yet booming. I can feel everyone's giddiness, the relief of being able to let their proverbial hair down. Unfortunately, I have about 7 calls to return and 3 contracts to pour through before I can call it a day and join the pre-party. With my door closed, I tap the spacebar to wake up my computer and try not to groan out loud at the 75 new emails since I last checked only an hour ago. A quiet knock lands on my door and Carter pokes his head in. My heart takes off running and a heavy ache builds beneath my ribs and just maybe between my legs, too. I missed him this week more than I wanted to admit.
We're all out here, hanging,
he says, tilting his head back a little and then giving me a tentative smile. I'd rather have him sit down and just hang with me. Come in,
I say, and he steps inside, nudging my door mostly closed behind him. He looks around my office for a few quiet seconds.
How are you?
Good. I feel like he can probably see my heart punching me from the inside. How are you? Carter nods.
I'm good. Are you gonna come out and join us?
I was out with a client most of the afternoon and have a few things I need to do before I can call it a day.
Do you want me to bring you a beer?
As if to remind me what I'd be facing out there, Brad's voice booms down the hall, causing me to grimace. The last thing I want to do is be with Mr. Team Token when I'm already stressed and buried under a to-do list the size of California. I'm good, I say. But thanks. Carter sighs, glancing over to the door.
Okay.
His jaw is tight, and even his frustrated profile looks amazing. Wait, why is he frustrated? Okay, I repeat, mimicking his tone. What's wrong? He looks back at me and his expression softens a little.
Everyone else is out there and you're in here.
I'm working, I say gently. It's surprising in an awesome way that he wants me out there, but he seems more irritated than sweet about it. I'm swamped. This seems to frustrate him even more.
We're all swamped. But maybe if you joined in these things, you wouldn't feel like such an outsider. I'm trying to help you, Evie. Jesus.
I try to focus on my monitor and feel a crushing bleakness in my chest when I hear him slip out of my office, back into the revelry. I'm tempted to follow, engage with honest anger for once, but am immediately choked by my own voice in my head, telling me to hold strong to that desire to be myself in this business. As soon as I give an inch, I'll lose a mile. Brad's driveway is a 1/4 mile long and lined with tiny, glittering lights. I've been here before. One year, his wife, an executive at Warner Brothers, threw a wrap party for a film starring one of my clients. That night, amid the champagne and hors d'oeuvres and live music, I watched Brad slip away with my actor's girlfriend. Brad caught my eye as they wound up the staircase just off the downstairs guest bathroom and knew he was busted. I guess that's one of 100 pieces of dirt I've got on him, though I never said anything to anyone. Rule 1. Get neither invested nor involved in actors' or bosses' private lives. The tires of my Prius crunch down the gravel, and I pull up in front, handing my keys off to the valet and thanking him with a smile. Memories of parties and betrayals, and the simple madness of personal relationships in this town all filter through my thoughts as I walk to the front doors, making the situation with Carter seem somehow so insignificant. We had the workplace equivalent of a couple of pillow fights, and then tucked away our bratty sides and made out in a closet. Even when I do drama, I do it so tamely. I think what worries me most about it is that there's no sign of resolution anywhere. We're both on tenterhooks, with the clock ticking down to the end of our contracts. And while I know I'd be devastated if I lost this position, it's not as though I would be particularly happy if Carter lost either. I might want to watch him suffer, but I don't want him to be miserable. Because you like him, my brain teases in a sneering whisper. Really, really like him. My brain is such an asshole. Brad's wife, Maxine, greets me just inside the foyer, taking my coat and telling me where to find the alcohol and, with decidedly less emphasis, the food. I never try to meticulously time my arrival at these events, but glancing around, I realize I'm one of the last to show up. Looking for my lifelines, I immediately search for Amelia, who sometimes attends these gatherings. There are only about 50 people here, but the buzz of conversation makes it sound far larger. As usual, Maxine has arranged for live music, appetizers, and flutes of champagne on trays circulated by waitstaff. The main living area is expansive and faces a backyard with a view of the Hollywood Hills. 3 sets of French doors are thrown open to the night, but heaters are placed just outside, keeping the mild chill at bay. It's gorgeous. It really is. And at times like this, I'm overwhelmed with how lucky I am to be able to dip in and out of the lavish aspects of this world. It is a world of privilege and excess, and whenever I register how easy we all have it, it makes me realize how petty I am to ever complain about a few asshole personalities. By and large, the people in this room are good. This is a cutthroat business, but few of us are as terrible as our actions would lead one to believe. Insecurity and competition make us all monsters. I should know. There's no Amelia in sight, but I spot Carter with Brad across the room near the open doors. Knowing he grew up in New York, I wonder what it's like for him here in November, where we shiver when it dips below 65 and wear fur coats out to dinner. I also wonder what it's like to be celebrating with an almost entirely new team this year. The reorganization has been slow, but the first transition was deft, and the majority of the cuts were from CTM's side of the table. He's changed into a sapphire blue dress shirt, rolled up to his elbows, and exposing those forearms I alternately want to lick and amputate. I hate to think that there is some fated connection there, but I can't deny that when he looks up and sees me walking toward him, it makes my stomach flutter a little. His expression betrays his happiness to see me, and then immediately pinches inward as he returns to the conversation with Brad. It hadn't even occurred to me to come over and interrupt Carter's one-on-one time with the boss, because I wasn't coming over there for Brad. I was coming for Carter. Of course, he has no way of knowing that. But the hesitation in his face makes me hesitate, taking a detour toward the tray of wine headed in my direction. Swiping a glass, I say hello to a few colleagues and stand admiring the towering Christmas tree on the far end of the room. Each ornament is gold, but there are enormous balls and tiny balls, horses, sleighs, and snowflakes. The tree seems to shimmer beneath the warm light of the room. I can still hear Brad's voice, which is low but carries in an odd, booming way.
So you think you're up for it?
Vegas and golfing? Carter says.
I'm up for it any day of the week. Good man. With you on board, I think we've got the whole team.
A boy's golf trip to Vegas? I roll my eyes and turn to make my way over there. Things are strained enough as it is, and I know I should tread lightly, but I can't let this one slide. Hey, guys, I say.
Evie!
Brad crows, leaning in to kiss my cheek in a way he would never dare do at the office. Carter doesn't kiss my cheek, but he does offer a half smile.
Hey, Evie.
I smile at him, then turn to Brad. Just overheard you. A department trip to Vegas? How cool. My game face is always on. I wish it weren't the case, but I can never, ever let my guard down. Of course, Brad hasn't mentioned Vegas to me, and I would bet a large chunk of my salary that he hasn't mentioned it to Rose or Amy, or any of the other female agents. The only vaginas they want on their trip are the ones 2 inches from their faces at the strip clubs.
Right,
Brad says, deflating just slightly, but hiding it pretty well. He's good at the game, too, after all.
You coming?
When is it again? I smile at him, letting him save face and act like he's mentioned this to me.
First week in March.
He shifts on his feet. No doubt he assumed that the female agents who weren't invited or interested in hungover golfing in Las Vegas would be fine without an invitation. An added bonus? We'd be here to put out any emergency weekend fires. Those of us who are left, anyway. And I'm up for renewal in February. Carter is March. Interesting. Should work for me. I smile over at Carter, whose expression tells me he's putting 2 and 2 together about the non-invites for the ladies. I want to hug him for working to be more aware of Brad's sexist shit, but also give him a patronizing head pat and a sing-song. Of course Brad didn't invite any of his girls, Poodle.
Great,
Brad says, and flags down a passing waiter to bring him a scotch, neat.
You know, I meant to ask you the other day, but I have a friend who does a local podcast. Yeah, Here Today. Ever heard of it?
I shake my head. Can't say that I have.
Well, he's doing a series on career road bumps, and I was mentioning to him that you might be great as a guest.
Carter outwardly flinches. Embarrassment flashes across my skin, and I'm hoping I can keep the blood from flooding my face by sheer will alone. I force a tight smile. I'm intrigued.
Great,
He says, reaching for the drink set in front of him.
I'll connect you two. You get knocked down, but always manage to get yourself back up. That's what I like, sport. Good talking to you, Carter.
And with that, he pats us each on the shoulder in turn and moves on to the next conversation. Carter's expression shines with irritation. He's doing that thing that makes me insane, the quiet studying with those honest green eyes, and it feels so dangerous to be standing here with him in this setting which is somehow both work and social, and a little us against them. I can't resist him when he's like this. He looks gorgeous. His lips are slightly wet from his beer, eyes relaxing into that knowing glint, like he can read every thought I have and he finds each one amusing. I wish I could be more like him. And I realize with a slug to my gut that that's what a lot of this is for me. I've always been good at my job, but Carter has an easiness about him that I'll never be able to emulate. He's simply comfortable in his body, in his mind. I have to work so hard for every client, every deal, every second maintaining my level head. It's satisfying that I can make him insane sometimes, but it's short-lived. Still, I seem to get to him, too, in a way that I haven't seen anyone else do. I pull my lip between my teeth, thinking on this possibility that maybe Carter is a little hung up on me, too.
You look like you're cycling through a lot of things right now,
he says. Like what? He shrugs and steps a little closer.
Like whether you should kiss me or punch me.
The bald honesty of this makes my chest squeeze so tight I have a moment of breathlessness. It's a daily struggle. This seems to delight him.
Really? I was kidding. Friday aside, I figured you were mostly up for the punching.
It is heavily favored.
If it makes you feel any better, I struggle similarly.
He pauses, taking a sip of his beer.
Alas, kissing is usually favored.
I swallow, working to contain my outward reaction to this. My shoulders go up in this external tiny squeal, and I lift my drink to my lips to mask it as a shiver from the chill.
Should we talk about that?
He asks quietly. I'm opening my mouth to tell him, yes, absolutely, but not here, when a floppy arm comes around me. I startle, and Rose appears at my side, bringing with her a heavy whiff of tequila.
Evie!
Hey, Rose. I smile as she presses a wet kiss to my cheek. Amy comes up behind her, and I get the distinct impression she's been keeping an eye on Rose's booze intake.
Hey, guys,
she says. Rose leans in closer.
You're amazing.
The word is drawn out into several syllables and brings out the lime smell just on the edge of the tequila. I laugh at this, working to gently step out of her embrace.
Aw, thanks. No, I mean it. You're my girl hero.
I look up at Carter's face and bite back a laugh at the surprised amusement there. For once, he doesn't seem annoyed to hear someone compliment me.
Just your girl hero?
Carter asks, laughing.
My hero. Rose has had a really good party,
Amy says with a smile and a nod. Rose, honey, are you ready to head out yet? I can drop you on my way. Rose waves her off and looks at Carter, giving him a very long, very drunken once-over.
Hey, Carter.
He laughs, cheeks a little pink.
Hey, Rose.
He slips one hand in his pocket and gazes back at my face. Something inside me pulls tight, a string being tied around my midsection, at the way his attention to me is a quiet statement about where his thoughts are and who he's here for. I get caught in that look, snagged by it.
Evie,
Rose stage whispers into my ear, and I shiver from the wet condensation of her breath on my neck.
Any chance we'll get to be Eskimo sisters on this one?
This question comes like a bucket of ice poured over my head, and I step away, fully out of her arm now, shaking my head. I'm not sure that has anything to do with me. I look up at Carter but can't tell whether he's heard. I want to take Rose's drink away, lead her to a couch where she can sit down and get some air, maybe sober up. Turning, I collide directly with Brad's chest.
I see Rose has her 5th margarita,
he says with a laugh, caught somewhere between reprimand and pride.
4th,
Rose says, and then adds,
but these are strong.
Without preamble, Brad lifts his chin to her, asking,
You gonna pick up the pace this quarter, Rosie?
I feel my face heat at the patronizing Rosie and the work performance question thrown so sharply down into the small circle of us standing there. Rose flushes too and says,
Oh, yeah. Q3 was just an outlier for me.
She looks away, glancing out the back doors, and sips her drink as we all drown in awkward silence.
Well, not so much of an outlier,
Brad says, bringing her back into it.
The rest of the team is crushing deals left and right. Ashton signed 3 majors this month. Carter got Jet Payne a recurring spot on a Netflix show and a starring role in a Ridley Scott movie. Evie has Sarah Hill in this year's biggest teen craze. I think you're going to need to figure out where you fit into the puzzle. If I do,
Rose says. And never before have I wanted to escape a conversation more than this one.
Sometimes I look at someone like Evie and wonder if I'm cut out for this. I mean, I love it, okay, but...
Carter and I meet eyes and quickly look away. This is painful for both of us. I want to tell Rose to stop. I want to tell her she's gone too far. This is a conversation for closed doors with me or someone else who's sympathetic. Not here. 7 days of the week, even on holidays, Brad is out to win. He's not going to worry about appearances and say something to ease her mind. He's a predator, and if you show him a trail of blood, he will hunt you down until he's eating your entrails. Graphic, but true.
Just depends,
Brad says with menacing quiet.
Whether you're more comfortable being a failure or a quitter.
I down my wine, knowing I'll regret drinking it so fast, but also unable to stop myself because I need to do something other than stand here listening to Brad give this poor, nice person her very negative year-end review in the middle of a party. Snagging another glass from a passing tray, I turn and walk toward the Christmas tree, intent on admiring it and getting the hell away from the echo of that conversation. But I can feel Carter on my heels, and he stops just behind me, staying quiet while we each take a few breaths.
Wow,
he says quietly, and I nod. A few more seconds pass before he whispers,
Evie?
Yeah?
What are Eskimo sisters?
The anticipatory horror on his face when I turn is like a hammer to a pane of glass for the tension in my chest, and I burst out laughing. 2 women who have slept with the same man. If possible, the horror intensifies.
And this man would be me?
I presume so, but I know I didn't become a sister. His face straightens.
Only because of circumstances.
I assume whenever 2 people don't sleep together, one way or another, it's because of circumstances.
Right,
he says, easy again now, with the smile and the eyes and the collarbones.
But those circumstances are entirely different from the ones surrounding why I didn't sleep with Rose.
I glance back over to where Rose is still in a tense conversation with Brad, having been abandoned by the rest of us. I want to joke some more, keep it light here with Carter, but it's nearly impossible when the weight of the job seems to follow us everywhere. I've never been let go. I'm not even sure how to deal with that.
You okay?
I nod, numb. Sometimes I just can't believe I do this for a living. His brows pull together.
You don't love it?
Instinct makes me tread carefully. Why is it that the one person I want to confide in the most is the one who could use it against me so easily? I do love it. I love making these things happen and connecting people. I love the clients and the art they make. It's the politics I hate. The team behind the curtain is starting to feel terrible. I don't want to become that. His hand is warm when it comes up and cups my shoulder. The touch feels like the most intimate thing he could do right now, beyond even kissing me, because it makes me remember. I remember his mouth there. I remember that Carter likes my shoulders. I remember how his eyes seemed to ignite when he saw them bare in the dress that first date, and again on Friday. It doesn't feel like an innocent touch. It feels like a message. You aren't like that, Evie. But when I look up at his face, he smiles a little, and it carries a shadow of regret. I know we're thinking the same thing, but I've been like that with you.
Chapter 20. Carter. 18-hour workdays, no social life, and I'm boarding the plane for New York wondering if the fact that it's December 21st and the only Los Angeles holiday parties I managed to attend were work-related makes me an amazing career man or a terrible single dude. Michael, Christopher, and Steph were hosting one. No costumes this time, sadly, but it conflicted with the Paramount party. Jonah invited me to his new apartment in West Hollywood, but the only evening I was free overlapped with his meeting a bankruptcy lawyer. We ended up exchanging small gifts over lunch at a food truck outside my building. I've barely seen Evie, but we seem to have reached a sort of ceasefire. I guess hand jobs foster goodwill? Or maybe it was because I told her she had a poppy seed between her teeth before a Monday meeting, and she gave me a grateful, "you no longer Satan" look. Whatever the reason, things have softened between us, and I'm so goddamn grateful for it I nearly want to weep. I've never in my life been so busy at a job, so desperate to prove myself and make myself indispensable. But seeing her face as we pass in the hall, or hearing her voice coming from her office, has made the last 3 weeks more bearable. It makes no sense, I realize that. Hers should be the voice that reminds me that the clock is ticking, that the direct deposit notice I find in my inbox every 2 weeks isn't a sure thing. And still, hers is the presence that feels the most grounding, the most sane. It's terrifying to realize that no matter how this turns out, I probably won't have her as a colleague much longer. So I go into ostrich mode and just don't think about it. Christmas is in 2 days, and I'm shopping with family. The mall is packed, but there's this shared type of last-minute chaos that puts people in a good mood despite the number of bodies clogging the stores. Doris and Dolores are my 2 favorite aunts. They're my dad's sisters, twins, of course. And although they might look identical, they couldn't be more different. For as long as I can remember, if Doris was hot, Dolores was cold. If Doris wanted burgers for dinner, Dolores wanted fish. If one wanted to watch a comedy, the other was absolutely in the mood for sci-fi. "Why so quiet, Scooter?" Doris says, apparently still refusing to believe I am nearing 30. She peers at me across the clothing rack through glasses so thick her blue eyes are magnified to 3 times their actual size. "What are you thinking about?" Dolores picks through a table piled high with brightly colored polo shirts and looks up at her sister. "He's a boy. He's not thinking about anything." I slide my eyes to her. "Easy, Dolores." Holiday music plays on a loop overhead and Doris squints at me. "Look at him. He's percolating." My mom lays a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You stressed about work, honey?" As far as she knows, work is fine. I haven't told her that in the past 2 months her eldest son began bronzing women without their consent and dealing in contraband glitter and hot sauce. I haven't told her about my boss and how it's like working for a real-life Ron Burgundy. I certainly haven't told her that there's a small chance I could be transferred back here, because the sabotage I've seen from Evie would pale in comparison to what Mom would do to make that transfer happen. And I haven't mentioned that the girl I met at the party all those months ago is becoming my favorite person in the world, and I'm feeling mildly lovesick. "Just wondering," I say, pointing at the pile of shirts Dolores is upturning, "what kind of monster digs through clothes during Christmas shopping and pulls every single shirt from the pile, unfolding it?" Dolores throws me the stink eye. "Don't you know how long it takes to fold all of those, Double D?" I started calling my aunts this long before I knew or appreciated what it meant. They've always found it hilarious, but after 20-plus years of hearing it, my mom no longer finds humor in Double D, the twins. She gives my aunts a reproachful look for encouraging me by laughing. I adjust the bags in my hands and follow her as she moves to another table. "Honey," she says, "tell me what's bothering you. Are you in some kind of trouble? You know, I saw this episode of Law & Order where it talked about the underbelly of Hollywood." She lowers her voice on that last part, the tiny bells on her earrings jingling as she sorts through shirts. "Anyway, they exposed it all, about the prostitutes and gangs, the drug dealers." She looks at me with wide eyes. You're not near that, are you? No, Mom. I think the underbelly is on the other side of L.A. The side Jonah is on. This time the reproachful look is all mine. Mom, I'm fine. Was just thinking about him, actually, wondering if he's going to be all alone on Christmas. I am an excellent manipulator, and if there's one thing I've learned growing up in this family, it's that the way to change the tide of any conversation is to steer it directly toward Jonah. Mom frowns, and even though I'm sure she knows exactly what I'm doing, her desire to defend her can-do-no-wrong son wins out. You know how busy he is, she says to me, but also toward Dolores and Doris, who've stopped to listen. He said he'd be fine. He has friends. I'm sure he has some important job he's wrapped up in, it being the holidays and all. I nod, remaining silent on the topic of Jonah's schedule. Old Carter would have spilled all the details about my brother's fall from grace, his money troubles, his current adventures in bankruptcy, because, at least for a few minutes, it would mean I'm the good one. But this strange guarded sensation in my chest feels something like protectiveness. Toward Jonah. I think I might be starting to like him. He does have a lot on his plate, I say. My mom puts down a particularly hideous shirt and pins me with narrowed eyes. This is usually the point where you call him something colorful and tell me how many days it's been since he last visited. Maybe I'm being a grown-up. Maybe you're full of it, she counters. And there it is. There's that little spark I love. I sometimes wonder how much Mom knows about the particulars of Jonah's life. They obviously talk because he told her about Evie, but he rarely comes home, and getting my parents onto a metallic death tube piloted by alcoholics, their words, is unlikely. I'm 28 years old and moved out of my parents' house when I was 19, but I still miss my mom sometimes, my dad, the rest of my crazy family. I'm not really sure how Jonah does it. Then again, maybe that's exactly how. If he came home, she'd probably figure out what a mess he is right now. Maybe he'd rather be the perfect Jonah they all remember than the one he actually is. L.A. is just a lot, I say, finally, lamely. It must communicate what I mean it to, because Mom nods, refolds the terrible shirt. Just be sure you don't become a lot, too. I sit in the back seat next to Doris on our way back to the house. 10 minutes into the drive, she's asleep, which doesn't make for the best conversation, but does allow me to scroll through my texts and maybe mope a bit without anyone reading over my shoulder. I'm not going to lie. It's a little depressing to open my text window with Evie and realize how much time has passed since things were so good between us. I start to reread some of our exchanges, wondering if it's possible I made then Evie out to be funnier, smarter, or sexier than she really was. I didn't. The Evie in these texts is just like I remembered, and basically just like the one I see every day, maybe with just a touch more fire. My phone rings as I'm carrying packages into the house, and I double-take when I see the name on the screen. Zach Barker is one of my stage-to-film clients. He was offered a last-minute role in an action movie when one of the supporting cast had to be replaced. Despite the fact that he and his wife Avia were living in New York and expecting a second child, he was needed on set right away. It wasn't an ideal situation, but the last I heard, Avia decided to stay behind and wait for their son to finish up the fall semester before joining Zach in California around the time the baby is due. Zach, hey, I say into the receiver, looking up to see snow beginning to fall. You back in New York? I'm still in L.A. Avia and Josh are there. That's why I'm calling. My heart speeds up, and my mind races with thoughts of impending disaster. Tell me what's going on. Jason broke his ankle, he says, and I wince. Jason Dover, the lead. Okay, what does this mean? I ask, walking to the edge of the driveway. We're almost done, so they think they can shoot the remaining scenes around him and use a double for the rest, but they had to rearrange the shooting schedule, and I won't be home until tomorrow. Do you want me to call someone, or what can I do? I need to call in a favor from friend Carter, not Agent Carter. Yeah, whatever you need. He laughs. You might regret that in a second. Let's hear it. I was supposed to make it back yesterday, in time to go with Avia to a birthing class tonight. To what? I bark out a laugh, and a cloud of condensation hangs in the air in front of me. My mom's little garden is frozen over, forgotten vines covered in ice and snow. A group of teens huddle together on a corner a few houses down, the end of a joint glowing in the fading daylight. Yeah, Zach says, trailing off before laughing again. I told you. I squeeze my eyes closed, pinching the bridge of my nose. No, it's cool. You are such a liar. Are you sure Avia's fine with this? Avia and I knew each other before she started dating Zach, but I don't want her to be uncomfortable. She's the one who suggested you. I open my eyes, staring at the foggy, snowy sky. I love the day-to-day interactions with my clients. This is just an odd one. How could I possibly say no? Birthing class it is. If you were to have asked me what I thought I might be doing tonight, there are a lot of answers I could have given you. Xbox with my cousins, wrapping presents with Double D, rereading Evil's old texts again and again until I eat a box of ice cream sandwiches solo and blame it on my dad somehow. The possibility of ending up with someone else's wife in a room full of pregnant women and their partners would not have occurred to me. Yet here I am. I meet Avia out front and we hug, exchanging a few pleasantries and a comment or two about the weather. It's a little awkward at first because I don't know where to look or what to say, or really even how to hug a very, very pregnant woman. Per usual, Avia breaks the ice. Ready to go talk about my vaginal birth? She says, yoga mat rolled up under one arm. I don't even know what to say to this. With a smile, I open the door, motion for her to lead, and follow her inside. As far as birthing classes go, this one doesn't seem too bad. It's in a large open space and feels a lot like hanging out in sweatpants in a friend's living room. It's a plus if you're trying to keep things natural, I guess. Natural seems to be an ongoing theme, managing pain as best you can through natural methods, but not placing judgment on yourself or anyone else if a situation arises where you change your mind. And aside, if modern science ever figures out a way for men to experience the miracle of birth, put me down for no. If the no option is full, I'll take drugs. Lots of them. Our teacher's name is Meredith. She's knowledgeable and soft-spoken and walks from couple to couple, adjusting posture and widening a stance or moving a foot here and there. We go through a series of stretches, the first with all of us on our hands and knees, gently rocking our hips back and forth in some sort of air hump, and I am so glad in this moment that Avia and I never had sex before Zach came along. That's good, Meredith says, looking out over the class. Arch that back, swing those hips in a figure eight, feel the motion, back and forth, back and forth. Enjoy that movement, because who knows when you'll feel it again after this, am I right? Avia catches my eye over her shoulder for a beat before we dissolve into laughter. God, Evie will not believe this, I say, helping Avia into the next position. Evie, she repeats slowly. Don't think Zach's mentioned that name before. She's an agent back in L.A. Same agency? Yeah, sort of. It's a long story. You're dating an agent you work with? My life is so boring right now. Thank God I made Zach ask you to come. Not dating. Even I hear the "ooh, girls" implied by my tone. Snooze, Avia complains, bending forward, her long black hair hiding her face. Then why would she particularly care about this class? Entertain me, Carter. She was with P&D before the merge, I say, and Avia nods. Anyway, she goes with the wife and child of one of her clients to a sensory class in Beverly Hills. Let me guess, they paid the equivalent of 1 month's rent on a one-bedroom in Queens to have their kids play in some totally basic thing like pudding or bed sheets? Pasta, actually. How'd you know? I went to something similar when Joshua was little, but with parachutes. Parachutes? We adopted Joshua from his birth mother when he was newborn, she explains. So I missed the whole birthing thing with him, hence this class. She gives me another smile over her shoulder. We laid all the babies down in a big circle, and all the mommies lifted this giant circus tent-looking parachute over them, fanning it up and down. It sounds great in theory, but the babies were just way too young to enjoy it. You're basically yanking this parachute out of their faces and scaring the shit out of them. Half are crying, a few are trying to get away, and the rest are too scared to move. Oh my God, I say, biting my lip and looking around for the instructor. The last thing I need is to get a client's wife kicked out of her birthing class. I'm sorry, that's not funny. Oh, it's totally funny. As parents, we put our kids through the strangest things because we think it's giving them some sort of advantage. The instructor has the mothers-to-be move into a squat that looks a lot like they're sitting on a toilet and explains the benefits of this position, including what it's doing for the perineum and some other things I can't focus on. How's the perineum? I say. Good? Avia shakes her head like she can't believe we're doing this. Relaxed, thanks. Now, more about this Evie. I sigh, then just let it all out. Simply put, Evelyn Abbey is my former almost girlfriend turned arch nemesis turned tentative ally, whom I would very much now like to permanently seduce. The glee on Avia's face tells me I should continue. It's a long, complicated story involving first dates followed by corporate greed, competing for a single position, and sabotage. Okay, that is decidedly not as fun as I imagined. The thing is, she's smart and gorgeous and funny and amazing at her job, and it was infuriating. We were essentially told they could only keep one of us, and it made us into maniacs. I'd be listening to her in a meeting, totally mesmerized. Then I would snap back to the conversation and want to let the air out of her tires for distracting me from my goal. And your goal was? Total annihilation, of course. We moved to the next seated position, with Avia in front of me and between my legs, her back against my chest. And now? She asks. Now she seems like the best person there. Have you two... She starts, letting the question hang in the space between us while she practices her breathing exercises. I mean, almost. There was some under-the-clothes touching to completion, if you know what I'm saying. She snickers. And it was good? Fuck. Yeah. I'm assuming you'd definitely like to do it again. Shouldn't you be focusing on something wholesome? I ask. How can I be expected to focus when there's all this forbidden love and pining going on? You can focus, because at this point I fear there's a better chance of me touching to completion with any one of these ladies, I say, motioning to the pregnant women around us, than there is with Evie. Why? Because of the job? That feels like a detail to me. It's a pretty big detail, though. We're both married to our jobs, the jobs that may not even be around in 3 months, not to mention we have this retreat thing and Big Bear coming up. I want to be around her, but we always fight. I really don't want us to end up stabbing each other. She's too bossy for prison, and I have a hard time saying no. Okay, so big question here, Avia says. Would you be with her if there were no job or anything else on the line? That's a pretty fucking big if, Avia. You didn't answer the question, Carter. Would I be with Evie if there was nothing else in the way? Probably. I scratch my jaw, wincing at this cop-out. No, not probably. For sure I would. So fix it. Oh my God, why didn't I think of that? Carter, women are not that complicated, Avia says, half turning and smiling back at me. Smarter, yes. Complicated? Not really. We want progress, not perfection. That night at my parents' house, I think about what Avia said. Progress, not perfection. I don't have to be perfect. I don't necessarily even have to fix everything with Evie, but I can at least own up to the things I did that even I'm not okay with. I can try to be a little less terrible. Reaching across the bed, I find my phone where it's charging on the table. I scroll through the conversations until I find the one labeled evil and open it. I do the time zone math in my head. Just after 10 here, just after 7 there. Definitely not too late. Hey. I hold my breath, staring at the phone, hoping to see the little dots indicating she's typing. Just when I let out a long exhale and start to put my phone down, the bubble pops up. My heart bounces into my throat. Hey, you. Here goes. Time to get it all out there. I feel like I need to go back a bit. Starting with, I should have called you to talk about Dan Prince first. I should have told you your shirt was unbuttoned. I should have asked you about Jonah doing the shoot. Have you been visited by the ghost of Christmas past? Something like that. Well, thanks. No problem. I can't apologize for the glitter, though. The glitter was pretty great, and honestly, I'm sorry too. But not for the onion. You're forgiven. The onion was terrible/genius. The mixing room, however, was enjoyable. Will she appreciate my understating the obvious? Will she agree? Another minute goes by. My heart is basically inside my mouth, and my eyes pounding my head off. Finally, my phone vibrates again. You can say that again. I exhale and roll into my pillow. Thank God. Are you in New York? Yeah. What are you up to? I had dinner with Daryl, and I have to finish up my expense reports before I go to Burbank tomorrow. Expense reports over the holiday? Hiss. I know, but I think I'm the only one they're waiting on to finish up the audit. What is it they think they're going to find? The vodka I expensed after dealing with Brad? I bet that's a whole lot of vodka. Well, by the case makes it cheaper at least. You'll see Michael and Steph while you're there? They usually stay with Steph's parents, so yeah. Is it weird that I'm excited to get together with them out here? Like, we live in the same city. It makes no sense. It's because you miss partying at Areola. I put a hand over my mouth to stifle a laugh, having forgotten I told her about that. Are we flirting? Is that what this is? She's bringing up our past conversations, and I'm being, what, charmed by it? Think of something clever, Carter. Noted. Nailed it. Can you do me a dumb favor? I live for dumb favors. If you do something outdoorsy, can you take a picture of the snow? That's not really that dumb. I'm disappointed. California Christmas not doing it for you? Maybe. How's this? I'll make a snow angel and even write your name next to it. As long as it's not in yellow. In yellow? You'll get there. Wait for it. Oh. Bazinga. You're broken. I think you like it. Good night, Carter. Night, Evie.
Chapter 21. Evie. My first morning back to work after the holidays, I am a mess of nerves. It's impossible to keep my calm, reasonable voice in my head because it's basically closed up shop for the winter. Carter walks into work in what my stalker tendencies tell me is a new outfit, and looks breathtaking. His pants are charcoal gray and slim cut, stopping just at his ankles and exposing a little flash of some exuberant socks. Are guys taking over the ankle flirtation game? I am here for it. His shirt is a cool purple print, and in general he just looks way too hip, even for an office full of Hollywood power players. I'm standing in the doorway to the break room, watching his path from the elevators in total awe, but my world trips when he stops at my office and tentatively peeks in. Obviously, I'm not there. I call out to him, my heart dropping somewhere in the vicinity of my vagina when he turns toward my voice and smiles. Man, I am in deep. I brought you something. He walks toward me and holds out a cellophane-wrapped package. The tape is barely holding together, and the ribbon looks like it was used as a handle. Cookies. From my mom. You brought me cookies all the way from New York? I ask, handling the small package carefully. Whether he intended it or not, Carter seems to realize the implication of this. There were a lot of extras? He gives me an adorable, self-deprecating smile. I made it weird, didn't I? My heart is thrumming, my skin is all flushed, and the vision of grabbing him by the collar and kissing him is flashing like a Vegas billboard in my head. No, it's sweet. I gingerly pull apart the wrapper. The scent of chocolate and butter fills the air. Carter, Kylie says, winded as she jogs up. I'm glad I found you. He turns to her. I just got in. What's up? Brad wanted to know if you had a chance to look over the scripts he sent you. Oh, not yet, he says, clearly caught off guard. I only saw the email last night. Kylie laughs easily. He wanted me to follow up. I was like, Brad, there were 5 of them. Give him time. Carter laughs easily now, too, but my own smile is totally forced. A gallon of ice water could not have changed the tone of this conversation any quicker. It's not that Brad doesn't forward along a script to an agent when he has someone in mind from said agent's list. It's just that he doesn't send 5 out to 1 agent. I'm trying to keep calm, but is this the golf weekend thing all over again? Brad sent you some scripts? I ask. Yeah. For one, he wants to give the screenwriter some feedback and asked for my thoughts. I see. I put the plate of cookies down on a nearby table. Brad also wants Carter to help him decide how to best distribute to the team, Kylie adds helpfully. I bite my lower lip to keep my jaw from falling open. So now I need to position myself with Carter in order to have him send work my client's way? When I'm sure I can ask it without yelling, I say, "Just Carter?" "Yes, just Carter," Kylie says, shrugging a little helplessly. We've finally arrived here. I can't even say I'm surprised. "I do have some experience in this," he says, with a gentle lean to his voice. "In New York, I did some playwright work. For what it's worth, I also have a decent eye for pairing talent with roles." I nod, forcing another smile. Why do Carter and I do so much better when we're not in the same room? After the texts, I was so excited to see him, and now I'm confused all over again about who he is. It's like fate keeps telling us there's just no way to make it work. He glances quickly over to Kylie, who is watching us with flat curiosity. "Well," I say, swallowing my pride, "let me know if you need some help, okay?" Carter nods, but I don't stick around to see if he'll say anything else. I'm so worked up I can barely concentrate. The worst part of being this mad is that I'm no longer rational. I hear Carter talking on his phone with his door open, and I want to hurl a stapler at him for being loud enough for me to hear. I hear Brad thanking Kylie for the coffee she's handed him in the hall, and I want to yell, "If she was a male assistant, would you expect him to bring you coffee every goddamn hour?" And I'm so angry that when my phone buzzes with a text from Carter, I can't even read it. I flip my phone face down when a second comes in, a third, a fourth, and dive into the process of answering emails, returning calls, and making deals. In essence, the anger fuels me, and if I don't have 5 hot scripts in my inbox, at least I have a motherfucking productive day. Only when I'm home later, way past 9, and with a fishbowl-sized glass of wine in my hand, do I read what he wrote. "It's time for us to cut the shit. I don't know what kind of game Brad is playing, but I get that I'm coming out favored in part because I'm a guy, and that's fucked up. I like you. I liked us. I don't know how to manage this weird competition. I need you to tell me how I can fix this." The problem with deciding to cut the shit is that it's easier said than done. I could reply to his texts, addressing everything, but in a lot of ways that feels like cheating. We know we can text. We know we can get along outside of work. What we can't seem to do, yet, is interact like rational humans when we're together at the office. And given that approximately 98% of my life revolves around my job, I can't just accept the text and out-of-work approach to our relationship. So I reply with a simple, "I feel the same about all of this. Let's talk more in person. That's where we always get stuck." And try to get to bed early. Life has to go on. And because we all took time off to be with family for the holidays, there are a million things to handle. We each have endless producers to follow up with, staffing season to plan, directors and actors to call and cajole, schedules to massage. It all makes me want to sledgehammer Brad for thinking mid-January was a good time for the department retreat, and my nerves climb higher in my throat with each day that passes without my speaking a word to Carter. I feel Brad's New York decision looming like a dark thundercloud. It's only about a 2-hour drive from LA to Big Bear, but because we'd all planned to drive ourselves and everyone works until the last second, we end up leaving at the worst possible time, 4 p.m. on a Friday. And yet, when I come outside, everyone is happily piling into a handful of limos parked out front. A swank ride up to the retreat. A surprise from Brad. "Limos!" Rose cries. And 8-year-old me can totally relate to the excitement of this, though 33-year-old me remains cynical. "Gotta treat my people well, don't I?" Brad says magnanimously and claps me on the back. "I have high hopes that this retreat is the best one yet. Don't let me down, kiddo." "And Carter," Carter adds with a nervous laugh, but Brad doesn't hear him. Carter and I exchange brief looks, and despite the unspoken everything between us, I know we're both thinking the same thing. Brad wouldn't increase the budget for the lunch we planned, so we had to do a lame sandwich bar. Yet he can be the big guy and bring everyone to the retreat in limos? Jess grabs me as we're about to head out, dropping a small stack of files in my arms. "The invoices for this little adventure. she says, slightly out of breath. Sorry that took so long, but the mailroom said they were labeled to go to Brad, and I basically had to wrestle them away. She opens the one on top. There are a bunch of vendors here I didn't book, so have a look to make sure it's all there, and we can talk when you're back. Thanks, Jess, I say, and take a deep, cleansing breath. I can do this, I remind myself. I wish you were coming with us. Ha! Not to hurt your feelings, but hell no. Good luck, and... She looks meaningfully over my shoulder to where Carter is climbing into one of the cars. Have fun! Right. Fun. Amelia and Daryl stand near the sidewalk, waving and smiling there. Good luck, you'll need it, smiles. I give them my best. I wish you were suffering along with me, assholes. Smile in return before climbing into the limo. As nice as it would be to talk and smooth out some last-minute details during the drive up, Carter and I end up sitting on opposite ends of our car. Andrew and Carter exchange glances as their eyes wander over the minibar, calculating how long we need to sit here before they can pop into the champagne. According to Andrew, that duration is approximately the time it takes us to pull away from the front of the building. I, for one, am giving that decision hallelujah hands and a hell yes, because we need this entire crew to have as good a time as possible, and that means getting everyone day drunk immediately. With a glass of bubbly headed my way, and my inability to do any work in the car for fear of getting carsick, I can only join in the shenanigans. Timothy shit-talks Ed Ruiz from Alterman for a little while. Apparently he did some shady things to pull a potential client out from under Timothy, and I silently enjoy the hell out of the story he's telling because Ed is a complete fuckwit. Didn't you work with him? Andrew asks me. Yeah, but not much directly. And that's all I'm going to give. I won't share the time that he vomited on my shoes in a cab on our way back from a work dinner, or that he slept with Ken Alterman's assistant and got so obsessed with her that he kept her underwear in a drawer in his desk, or that he once reassured an actor on his list that it was totally fine that he accidentally had sex with a 17-year-old and that Ed would be happy to hide any evidence. Gossip is fun. Don't get me wrong, I live for it, but I'm rarely the one letting on that I have anything exciting to share. So when Andrew starts telling us about how he saw a very huge A-list actress at a full nudity sex club with a very important and very old male director, I tuck this story away in a little jewel box in my memory. No one bothers to ask why the hell Andrew was there, mind you. After everyone's spent their gossip currency, we still have over an hour left to drive, and we shift into the kind of silence that will result in at least 3 of us falling asleep with the champagne drowsies. I can see Kylie working up the nerve to move over toward Carter, and it is exactly like watching some elaborate bird mating ritual. She crouch walks from her spot next to me at the back of the limo and sits next to Carter on the side bench, slowly scooting closer, leaning in like she wants to read over his shoulder, but, he's reading a contract. I can tell by the legal paper and prong fastener at the top. This isn't canoodling reading. This is legalese pouring off the page like a violent mudslide. Kylie does this weird cat-like stretch and then slides her arm behind her a little so she's pressing her boob to his shoulder. Carter startles, shifting away on instinct, and suddenly I am living. Hey, she says, looking at him like she's admiring herself in a hand mirror. Hey, he says, smiling briefly at her before returning to the papers on his lap. Excited for the trip? He nods. Yeah, should be good. Have you ever stayed at the Big Bear Lodge and Suites before? Nope. It's really nice, she tells him. Big bar, big cozy lobby, big rooms. And now I'm uncomfortable for them both because, Lord, she is laying it on thick. He looks up and catches me eavesdropping, so I look away, but it's a horribly executed startle blink, and I have to pretend that I have something in my eye, which I don't. Which we both know. When I look back at Carter, he's still several inches away from Kylie, and he's still watching me, clearly wondering just how jealous I am right now. Carter's smile this time isn't cocky or teasing. It's happy. Just pure, quiet, happy. Maybe cutting the shit in person won't be impossible after all. For once, the reality lives up to the hype. The resort really is beautiful. Set near the top of one of the summits, the main building is an immense log cabin-style lodge with several deluxe small cabins surrounding it. Towering ponderosa pines cluster around the grounds, and the air is so crisp it feels a little like I've never been outside before. The LA basin is notoriously smoggy, being trapped between the mountains and the marine layer, and although it's much better than it was when I was a kid, it still makes it easy to forget the sensation of truly fresh air. I feel pretty optimistic as we emerge from the limos, squinting into the brilliant sun. The snowpack is light this year, but at least it's there. Even if everything else about this weekend sucks, it's beautiful and promises a lot of alcohol. Brad stops us all outside the grand entrance, decorated with gold tassels and an impeccable red carpet, leading from the curved driveway to the wide lobby.
Welcome to the P&D Features 7th Annual Retreat.
We clap politely. The most awkward round of applause ever witnessed.
Thank you for taking the time to join me this weekend, he continues. I want to thank each of you for your commitment to the agency and your continued dedication. Needless to say, it's been an interesting year.
A small laugh moves through the group.
Understatement of the decade, am I right?
He adds, looking at the assembled crowd of agents and staff.
But none of that matters, because this, right here, this is what it's all about. Seeing my team around me, ready to really show the world how it's done. Now, more than ever, we need talent that can do it all. TV, film, media, and they need a team behind them that can do it all too. That's why I have you all here together, where you can learn to cheer each other on and become unstoppable. How do we do that?
As a team, someone says, and Brad nods.
That's right. Not two individual companies, but as a team.
Brad stops to look around before waving me to the front of the group.
Now come on up here, Evie. You've done a great job as event planner. Tell us what we can expect for the night. Dazzle us.
Carter looks to me, frowning. We have a welcome dinner in the lodge, I tell them, glancing at my watch. In about 45 minutes. That should give everyone time to drop off their things and get sorted. The real fun starts tomorrow at 10. At my side, Brad nods enthusiastically.
Can't wait. Now I can tell you guys are chomping at the bit to get rolling. Let's go check in, team.
Looking up, I meet Carter's eyes. His expression is grim, his mouth a slash of disapproval. Brad claps me on the back, shooting me forward toward the doors of the lodge.
Lead the way, kiddo.
Sweet, hellacious hellfire. This weekend is going to be a doozy. When we all split off with room keys in our hands, I could be a CIA agent the way I covertly watch which way Carter goes, and also maybe which direction Kylie goes too, celebrating internally when they turn down opposite halls. I wheel my small suitcase behind me to 207, a few doors away from Rose. Inside, it's gorgeous, with an enormous bed in the middle of a spacious room and a breathtaking view of the lake beyond a wide balcony. I mentally high-five Kylie for securing such a great deal with this place and walk outside to get a better look at the view. It's never cold enough for the lake to freeze over, and so deep blue water laps gently against frost-covered rocks at the shore. The trees are brilliant green, speckled with white, and for just a moment, a tiny, perfect inhale, I am absolutely giddy to be here. Knowing I have a few minutes, I step back inside and pull the files Jess gave me from my bag. Jess's record-keeping is usually flawless, but when I glance over the retreat vendors she mentioned, I see what she meant. I don't recall most of them either. I'm in the middle of sending her a note to verify some of the entries with Kylie when my phone buzzes on the table with a text to me, and only me, from Brad. Please arrive to the lodge restaurant early to ensure everything is in order. I give myself exactly 3 deep, what the actual hell is up with Brad breaths before I find my purse and my key and head downstairs. As it happens, dinner is lovely. Or at least it is after Brad thanks everyone again for coming and asks me to get in front of the group and explain what we can expect on tonight's menu. I move from my seat, but the tension in my spine over being treated like his assistant or an event coordinator is slowly ratcheting tighter.
I'm happy to explain the menu,
Carter interrupts, beginning to stand. Brad shakes his head.
Let Evie do it.
I hear Brad's message loud and clear, aimed at me. You're my puppet. You'll do this if you want a job come Monday. Slowly, Carter sits down, his face red. I give him a little nod and smile, grateful for his attempt at least, and rattle off the basics. Salad, meat, potatoes, green beans. It's really nothing in need of explanation. Carter was smart to insist we go with traditional on our rather limited budget, knowing that they probably prepare it pretty nicely up at the lodge. We'd also selected a white wine and a red wine, and we run out of both before we're done with the salad course. Thank God for the cash bar, I guess. Forks and knives scrape and screech across porcelain as everyone chows down. We're at a small handful of long tables in the center of a cavernous private room, but I can't really accept blame for the oddity of this, since it was on Brad's list of demands that we take our meal here. Together, like a team. A fire roars in a stone fireplace so enormous I could probably stand inside, and there are 7 waiters milling timidly around the room, hoping they can be helpful in some way, but unwilling to ask too often. It's the Brad Kingman effect. You don't even have to know who he is to be mildly afraid of him. Carter is at my left during dinner, and it's strange to be in a room full of people and sounds and yet still be so aware of him. His arm brushes against mine as he cuts his steak, as he reaches for his wine, as he adjusts his napkin below the table. Is he trying to touch me? The more wine I have, the more my brain screams yes to this question, and I start to reciprocate a little, leaning closer, resting my left arm lightly on the table so he has easier access. Subtle stuff. I am a seduction ninja. I'm so focused on what Carter's doing and saying and how amazing he smells that I'm somewhat startled when a few of the waiters start clearing plates, and I look down to realize I've barely touched mine. The party transitions to the outdoor patio where heat lamps glow from each corner and strings of paper lanterns frame a view of the lake just beyond. Brad rarely lets go enough to really get drunk at these things, but when he does, he's one of those intoxicated people who seems to have a volume knob attached to his drinking arm. By the time 10 o'clock rolls around, most of the group is pretty tanked, but Brad isn't just tanked. It's like he's hooked up to some PA system. Don't get me wrong. Fewer people have better stories in this business than Brad Kingman, and sober, he's as sealed as a 200-year-old grave. So we're all, even the ones who hate him, pretty enthralled. Tonight, he is really on a roll. Some highlights. His wife paid for college by stripping. I'm sure Maxine, the studio executive, would be thrilled he's shared this. He watched one of the most famous actors in the history of film, 5 Academy Awards to be exact, do some blow off a hooker's ass in Vegas. The first time he met one of the industry's most powerful producers, said producer was so high he fell asleep in his salad, woke up, and pretended nothing had happened. He finished the meeting with shredded carrots in his hair and a smear of French dressing along the entire left side of his face. The movie they were discussing went on to win 4 Academy Awards and 2 Golden Globes, and made nearly $1 billion worldwide. After some more stories, it's midnight. The outdoor bar has closed, and my wine glass is empty. A passing server offers to find me a refill, but it's a perfect excuse to mosey to the bar inside where it's quiet and warm and get a few minutes to myself. The bartender comes over and leans on the bar expectantly. "What'll it be, gorgeous?" "Whatever your best red wine is," I tell him, reading his name tag, Woody. "I was drinking the Pinot outside, but I think they ran out a while ago." Woody smiles, revealing a top row of perfectly white, even teeth, with one front tooth completely missing. It's such an odd paradox, I am instantly fascinated. Was it pulled? If so, why? How could one tooth be so bad when the others are perfect? These are the things that take up brain space that should be used to come up with snappy comebacks when Brad calls me kiddo or sport and insists that being a team player means I pass someone else my commission.
I'll give you the Ravenswood Zin, then,
he says, rapping his knuckles against the bar.
Not much to choose from, but that one is pretty decent.
Woody leaves to go grab a bottle, and I lean more heavily against the bar, wondering for a beat if I could just lay my head down here and take a little nap. Oh, wine makes me sleepy. And amorous, apparently, because tonight Carter is looking pretty...
How's it going over here?
Straightening, I look over my shoulder as the man himself approaches and pulls out the bar stool next to me. It's a struggle to keep my tipsy attention focused on his face and not stare at the smooth, exposed collarbone. I'm wiped and tipsy. I just want to head to bed.
Me too.
Glancing to the doors he's just come in through, he adds,
But I fear they're just getting started.
I find myself leaning into him, laughing into the shoulder of his jacket. God, he smells good. Crazy kids. I guess we can't just disappear, being the hosts and all. He laughs. How the fuck did we manage to get this gig? No idea. He looks down, running the tip of his index finger back and forth over a pattern in the wood bar top.
Brad is still treating you like his assistant.
I know. I bite my lip, looking to the side.
Evie,
he says.
I'm so sorry. I contributed by ignoring it. I don't want to do that anymore.
His words make my windpipe feel tight, make my thoughts turn defensive. Everything's fine. You're just new to this, Carter. I've dealt with Brad for years. I know his game. Cut the shit, Evie. Letting out a tiny steam whistle of vulnerability, I admit. It always makes me mad, but now it's making me anxious. I have this strange itch in the back of my brain, this persistent worry that he's really trying to push me out. He nods.
I see it. I see it, and I don't know what to do.
My chest, it aches. I hate feeling helpless. I didn't expect this to be our crescendo moment. In the movies, these admissions either soften someone up or harden them further, but they rarely come out as quietly as I've said it and still make a huge impact. But somehow this one does. Carter leans down and slides his hand along my jaw and then bends, kissing me in a way I've been dreaming about almost non-stop since that night in my apartment. It's different from the frantic kisses in the mixing room, rough and hurried. Those felt like secret, semi-violent betrayals of our better instincts. But this is a stream of tiny tastes and pecks, little pieces of dialogue. They go from, I'm sorry, to, what are we doing, to, how do we do this deeper and all night? And I don't even notice when Woody has to place my drink on the bar because Carter has my back pressed to it. I do notice when Carter pulls away to hand him a 20. My hand comes up, pressing to my mouth as if holding the sensation there. You don't have to pay for my wine.
I'm invested in getting this tab settled so we can leave.
I thought we couldn't leave our party.
Fuck this party.
The giggle that escapes me is high and girlish, and very excited at the prospect of us leaving together. What did you say? I ask, mock scandalized. You heard me. Drunken roars reach us from outside and are followed by the unmistakable splashing of water. Skinny dipping! Kylie yells, and in the background rises a chorus of male cheers. Carter is still looking at my mouth.
Hi.
Hi. His smile droops.
I have 2 full-size beds in my room.
My eyes shine. My smile goes wide. Well, that's just fine because I have a king. We trip through the doorway, laughing and breathless over having raced into the gift shop for condoms and throwing way too much money at the bewildered teenager working the night shift. I feel like I'm full of tiny bubbles or brilliant stars. inside everything is alive. Somehow, despite how many months it's been and all the games we've played between us, awkwardness never descends. It's us alone, smiling into kisses, pulling off clothes with the comfort of a couple long together and the excitement of two virgins. I swear his body is unreal, and I can't stop touching it, memorizing it like my hands are scanning it into some memory database. I give my brain permission to overwrite anything at once. Take away my ability to ride a bike or crochet. The planes and dips of Carter's abdomen are way more important.
Is this too fast?
He asks, barely pausing as he flings my bra behind him somewhere. I laugh. Hell no. He leads us both farther into the room, and then I'm lying down. The sheets cool along the back of my body, and Carter pressed along the front. He kisses a path down my neck.
Can we be friends now?
The feel of his lips against my skin makes it hard to form words, but I swallow and do my best to focus.
Is that what you want?
I ask. A question that might be taken more seriously if his belt weren't hanging open, the metal buckle clinking in the space between us. Friends?
Yes,
he says, teeth scraping along my collarbone.
And no?
He pulls back to look at me.
Does that make sense?
I think so. I finish unbuttoning his pants and push the fabric down his hips, smiling when the cold air leaves a trail of goosebumps across his skin. He kicks them the rest of the way off, and then it's naked legs against naked legs, bare torso against bare torso. He says something else, but the shape of his words is lost against my shoulder and then my breast as he moves lower. I arch my back when he takes my nipple into his mouth, and the sound I make surprises me. Fuck. Why did we waste so much time? I have the brief thought that we need to be quiet, that eventually Rose will be only 2 doors down, or someone we know might be in the room right next door. But I can't even hear the shrieks of the skinny dippers anymore, and the lake is right there. We're in a fortress. Carter's mouth is everywhere. He worships my breasts, sucking each nipple in turn while rolling the other between his fingers. His eyes are wild as he looks up my body, holding my gaze as he moves lower and lower still, pulling off my panties and finally settling between my legs. He leans forward, tentative at first and then greedy, like I'm the sweetest thing he's ever tasted. I feel his breath and his sounds, and he presses each into my skin, and I want him to push them deeper so that I feel them vibrating up my spine, radiating out along my ribs. I feel empty. I might actually say this out loud because his fingers come alongside his kisses and then deep into me. The world outside seems to stop. The idea of a retreat going on out there feels almost comically surreal. Everything collapses down to the insistent press of his tongue. Heat curls like ribbons around my spine, and I pull his hair, arch my body into his touch, and try to tell him that I'm close. So close. Carter! I gasp, grabbing at him again, and oh God, I'm coming so loud, and fuck. I no longer understand why we ever left this place. No job is worth losing this. There's a flash of cool air against my skin, and then Carter is there, kissing me like I'm oxygen. His lips taste of me, and impossibly it makes me want him more. He reaches for the box on the bedside table, fumbling and opening it blindly while he kisses me with his eyes sweetly closed. I can't close my eyes for even a second, though. I'm unwilling to miss the details I know I'll play over and over inside my head tomorrow. The curve of his shoulder, the way his arm flexes as he reaches between us, rolling the condom on before lining himself up against me. Relief wipes his face blank for a heartbeat as he presses inside. But then my mind is erased. I can't think of a single thing except the feel of him moving forward. I would be hard-pressed to remember my own name. I look up at him, focusing on his neck and his throat, where his head is tipped back, how his Adam's apple moves when he swallows. He covers me completely. elbows planted above my shoulders as he looks between us, mouth open and breath escaping in sharp little stabs. He moves and he moves, fingers of one hand sliding down, biting into my hips, torso stretched above me as he pushes himself harder and faster, and fuck, it's so good. I wonder if I could keep him right here all weekend. Our bodies slide together, skin damp with sweat and already flushed from exertion. My muscles tense and release, my leg slipping from his hip, and he reaches for the back of my knee, almost bending me in half with the force he uses to press back inside my body. I don't recognize my own voice as it comes out sharp and surprised, bouncing back to us in the quiet room. The sound makes him harder, makes him wilder and frantic, and when I finally melt beneath him, pleasure so strong it takes me by surprise, drawing my legs open, my knees alongside his ribs. He grows fevered, hips and arms working, hands pulling me up onto him, pushing himself deep. I cling to him, panting hot into his shoulder as he says my name and yes and please, and then we're coming, both of us together, barely able to catch our breath. I wonder if I'll ever catch my breath again. With his face pressed to my neck, Carter groans in his relief, back shaking beneath my hands. He tries to move and hisses before bringing his mouth to the shell of my ear. Holy shit. I make some garbled sound of agreement, unable to complete the connection between my brain and words. I think I just found religion. I giggle. I don't want him to move an inch. My legs come around his, twisting and twining, and he indulges me in breathless kisses delivered through smiles. My legs are smooth. His are covered in soft hair, and the sensation of them sliding together, the heat of him heavy and already hard again between our bodies, rekindles something inside me, triggering a desperate need for more. When he pulls back, just barely, his eyes seem nearly backlit. Be right back. Don't go. He laughs, kissing the tip of my nose. I should get rid of this. Oh, condom. With a tiny groan of protest, I let him pull back and climb from the bed. He pads across the room. He is a study in shadow and geometry. Straight lines frame the muscle along his spine, triangular planes at his shoulders, the hard curve of his backside. I watch his shoulders as he works with his back to me, grabs a tissue from a box on the dresser, and drops the trash into the bin. In the dim light, I see the way he hesitates, taking a deep breath. Carter straightens and turns. The front of my body is cold with the loss of him over me, and it's compounded by the tremor of anxiety that he'll step away, clear his head, come to his senses. Are you sore? If anything, I feel hungrier. My voice is hoarse. No. He squints, seeming to study me from across the room. Are you freaking out? It still feels like I can't catch my breath, and it hits me in this bewildering burst what we've just done and how much I want him back in bed with me. Not in the way you mean. He takes one step closer and stops, looking down at me. Are you freaking out? I ask. A little. He reaches up, scratches the back of his neck while my stomach dissolves away inside my body. But then he adds, I need to... More hesitation. My lungs are incinerated. I've thought about this a lot, he says. About you. I'm in love with you, Evie. You're finally here with me. I don't want to sleep. I sit up, aware that he can see me better with the moonlight coming in the window behind him. The sheet falls away and I climb onto my knees. I hear his breath catch somewhere high in his throat, but I don't have to tell him to come back to bed, that it's okay, that we're a done deal. He closes the distance between us, smooth skin sliding over mine as he pulls me down, pulls me under again.
Chapter 22. Carter. I wake to scratchy sheets, an unfamiliar ceiling, and the kind of artificial darkness that only comes from heavy curtains. There's movement at my side, and for one horror-filled moment I remember Kylie, with her overglossed lips and no concept of personal space, and my heart nearly stops, starting again only when I see Evie sleeping next to me. An electric shock rolls through my body when I think of how we got here, how kissing felt like drowning, and never wanting to come back up. Evie looks soft like this. Maybe soft isn't exactly the right word, but there's a stillness I've not seen in her before, like her walls are down, and I could touch her skin and move straight past it, to her bones. She's so close, we're almost nose to nose, and I can make out every eyelash, count each tiny freckle. She's also naked, which I'm pretty happy about, but then I worry how she'll react when she wakes up and sees that I'm naked too. Are we still friends today? Did she hear me say that I was in love with her? A part of me wants to be more scared than I am. It would be easier if we came to our senses and chalked this up to a good time and crazy lapse in judgment. But my brain and body are a united front on this in love with Evie thing. The sheet is low on her back, her dark hair is tangled across the pillow. I think we had sex 4 times last night. I stretch my legs, clench my stomach. It feels like we had sex 20 times last night. I reach out and run a finger over the hand tucked under her chin and up the length of her arm. She starts to stir. I suddenly realize I have no idea what I'm going to say and close my eyes, steadying my breath so she thinks I'm still asleep. A few moments of silence pass before curiosity gets the best of me. I feel ridiculous. I'm a grown man pretending to sleep to avoid a grown-up conversation. A smile begins to tug at my mouth, and I chance a peek, both of us bursting into laughter when we find the other doing the same thing. With a hand on my face, she pushes me away. You're an idiot. Warmth pools in my chest. I'm the idiot? Have you seen your hair? I reach out to smooth it down, and she laughs, trying to escape. Have you seen yours? She asks with a grin. I pause, serious for a moment. Still freaking out? She plays with her lip and hesitates before answering. A little. Are you? I tell her the truth. A little. Do you want to stop this, whatever this is? I lean forward and press a kiss to the corner of her mouth before meeting her eyes. No. Okay, she says, her gaze falling to my lips. Do you want to avoid discussing it and have sex again? I move until I'm hovering over her, marveling at how much of her body I can cover with mine. I look down between us to where her legs bracket my hips. I rock forward, experimentally, and feel the way I easily slip across her skin, smooth and already wet. She groans softly, and I know that sound. I remember the way it echoed around the room. Her hands move along my sides, nails dragging up my ribs and across my nipples to my shoulders. With a hand on the back of my neck, she pulls me down, and then there's nothing between us at all. Not even air. For a moment, I think we could come from this, 2 bodies moving against each other at just the right speed, in just the right spot, like we did that night in her apartment. But that's not what I want. Evie must be on the same page because her arm is already stretched to the side, fingers fumbling with the strip of gift shop condoms I tossed there at some point during the night. My eyes nearly cross when she rolls the latex over me, and I give her a reproachful look, batting her hand away. There's no waiting after that. The sheet comes up, and over our heads, a tent of white. My heart is racing, and she rolls us over to straddle my hips, taking me inside and moving in tiny little starts and stops until she figures it out, gets where she really needs to be. Her palms press into my chest as she shifts forward and back, over and over, and it feels so good I put my hands on her hips to distract myself, line up my thumbs with the gentle contours of her navel. I thrust up and into her, harder and then harder still, and her mouth falls open, the headboard tapping near the wall, the springs creaking beneath us. Her eyes are closed, mouth partially open, and I wonder why we waited so fucking long for this. How we managed to let everything else get in the way, because this... Fuck. Nothing compares to this. She rolls her hips again, a tight little circle, and swears, her fingers moving between her legs in a practiced motion. You gonna fuck me? I ask her in a whisper, mouth watering at the way her nipples harden further. Her response is wordless, a soft little gasp that gets lost against my own sounds when she comes down harder, takes more of me inside. All I can do is watch her, nodding in time with her movements and feeling the muscles in my stomach tighten, the pressure build. Her hair is damp against her forehead and where it curls along the curve of her breast, and I think she's almost there too. Her movements getting choppy, rhythm frantic. Yeah, I say, placing my fingers next to hers and circling. That? She starts to say back when there's a pounding at her door, followed by a frantic scratching. Our eyes meet, bodies immediately frozen, neither of us breathing. Oh my God! Did I deadbolt the door last night? She whisper hisses. Housekeeping could... But it's not housekeeping. It's about 1,000,000 times worse, because following another knock and some more scratching is Brad's voice. Brad, our boss, on the other side of the door. Evie? He calls and knocks again. I've never moved so fast in my life. It's a flurry of arms and legs, sheets and pillows. Evie jumps into a t-shirt and a pair of sweats at a speed that couldn't possibly be human. Meanwhile, I'm naked, wearing a condom, and still pretty hard when she starts herding me in the direction of the closet. 1 second, she calls, and then whispers, I'll get rid of him. Stay in here and don't move. Her face is flushed, cheeks rosy with a light sheen of sweat, and there's no way he won't know what she's been doing. I hold my hand up to object, and she closes the door, shutting me inside. Shit. I can't see anything but a strip of light down the center, and okay, that's mildly terrifying, but I'm an optimist, so I'm going to see it less as this is where Brad could see me standing naked and still wearing a condom, and more as this is where all the oxygen is coming in. They say that when one sense is taken away, all the rest of them are heightened. It must be true, because not only can I smell Evie's perfume when she sprays it lightly in the room, good call, by the way, but I can hear her footsteps as she crosses to the door, then the sound of the lock disengaging, and can almost sense the moment that Brad is there, less than 4 feet from where I'm hiding. Brad, hi. Evie clears her throat. Sorry, I was just getting dressed. There's a pause, and I imagine her checking her watch and giving him her best passive-aggressive smile. Wow, it's not even 7. What can I do for you? There's some sort of scuffle, and then Brad is yelling, Bear, get back out here! You brought your dog? Evie says, and I stifle a groan. Brad has a Great Dane that is basically the size of a horse, and if he's managed to escape from Brad and into the room, who knows what he'll find, namely, me. I'm briefly overwhelmed with the mental image of him easily barreling through these cheap veneer doors and dragging my naked ass out into the room. Maxine drove him up last night. Bear! He yells again, but it sounds half-assed at best. He'll be fine, he says more quietly to Evie, just sniffing around. Now, I wanted to ask you about the schedule today. What have you planned? I can vaguely hear Evie rattling off the itinerary, and while I want to be furious at the way he's talking to her, there's a more pressing matter. Bear has obviously figured out that something about this closet isn't on the up and up, and he's sniffing around, his nose and dark eyes clogging up my oxygen crack. I'm silently trying to will Bear away when he finds something more interesting and wanders off. Without the cloud of dog breath and the sounds of his panting echoing around the closet, I can finally make out parts of the conversation again. And I guess I'm really not sure why you're asking me, Evie is saying. The event planner put most of the schedule together. We just okayed it and picked between the steak and the fish. I have to be honest. A pause. Brad, what is he doing? He's in the trash. Bear, get out of there! Brad shouts and claps his hands. What are you eating? By the tinkling of his collar, I think Bear has run back to Brad, and he continues. I also wanted to talk to you about your assistant, he says. Jess? Why are you having her email Kylie about the vendors? Kylie doesn't have time for things like that, and frankly, neither do you. I was having her verify some of the... You seem to forget I'm the coach, and I set the plays. Send all the invoices and receipts to Kylie to handle where I'm assuming they were headed in the first place. I put you in charge of this event, and that's what you should be worrying about. Not... Carter, she interrupts, and I stop breathing. Whatever flagging erection I still had is no longer an issue. You put me and Carter in charge of this event, and yet I'm the only one you seem to be holding accountable. And you do realize none of this is anywhere in my job description. There's a long pause, and I'm afraid to move, afraid to blink, wondering whether my hammering pulse is actually audible outside the closet. Did you not hear anything I said last night, Evie? Brad says, voice cool. About working together? About us all coming together as a team? I heard every word. Then maybe you should do yourself a favor and think on what that means. You don't have another strike left. What have any of my strikes been? She asks, patience clearly thin. Field day was 2 years ago now, and there were about 15 producers also on the hook. I brought in more money than any other agent this year, male or female. Playing the girl card, I see, he says. You know how I feel about that. He lets the sentence hang there, and a few moments later I hear a snap, the sound of a dog running past, and then the door closing, the chain sliding into place. Evie throws open the closet, and a blast of fresh, cold air rushes into my face. Thank God, I say, my hand pressed to my chest as I attempt to slow my heart. What the hell was that all about? What is his problem? Her jaw is tight as she looks past me, staring at the closed door. I'll tell you, for a moment I blacked out and fantasized about pushing him off the balcony. Just a little shove and he would bounce like a tennis ball. Wow. I straighten. I don't know what it says about me, but I am more than a little into your evil side. He is the worst, she whispers. The worst. Walking toward the bed, she grabs a pillow and hurls it at the wall. Lucky for both of us we weren't anywhere near it, she says. I carry way too much guilt to be a very good killer. I mean, technically it would be gravity that killed him, so you'd just have to be a relatively good pusher. She throws another pillow. Why did he come to my room? Did he go to yours first? I sigh. I suspect we both know the answer to that. I promise I would have said something if I hadn't been naked, and I motion to where the condom has probably permanently dried to my dick. She winces, and I slip into the bathroom, taking a moment to clean myself up. Of course he let his horse dog in to destroy my hotel room, she says from the bedroom. Next he'll want me to... She goes silent, then lets out a horrified, Oh my God. I lean out of the bathroom, looking across the room to where Evie is staring wide-eyed at something on the floor. What's wrong? She looks up at me. How many times did we have sex last night? Ah, there it is, I laugh, giving her a winning smile. Just sinking in for you now that you slept with the enemy? No, she says, pointing down. Bear got into the trash over here. I'm trying to figure out how many condoms he ate. Are we dog killers? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're not. I Googled it, and if Morgan can swallow a souvenir pressed penny the size of her entire windpipe and have it come out the other end just fine, Bear will be okay too. I think. Evie is slightly less convinced and makes me clear my browser history so that if something goes awry, it can't be used against us as evidence. I have some time until our first team-building activity, and I go to my room to shower before pulling out my laptop to check email. There's one from the creative director from the Vanity Fair shoot, and I'm initially afraid to open it. I needn't be, because despite Jonah's diva entrance and Evie and I nearly losing our minds being idiots to each other before groping in the dark mixing room, the photos are great. So great, in fact, that they want to book Jonah for another shoot. My brother might be a giant asshat half of the time, but he clearly has the talent to back it up. It's still early, but I take a chance and call him. He picks up after 4 rings. I hear the sound of a lawnmower somewhere in the distance, so I assume he must be up and outside. A good sign. Listen, I say, buzzing with genuine excitement. Have you checked your email? There are proofs from Vanity Fair, and they look great. Also, they want you to do another job. Nothing but silence greets me on the other end of the line. I pull the phone away to make sure it hasn't disconnected. Did you hear me, Jonas? They want you back. I saw, he says, but falls quiet again. You saw? That's it? Dude, this is exactly what we wanted, what you wanted, to work, to continue to live in the lifestyle to which you have so richly become accustomed. I'm just not sure that's what I want, he says, doing feature shoots. I gape for a few breaths, staring unseeing at the wall of my hotel room. But isn't that the way you pay back your bills? Yeah, but I went to this gallery the other day run by a friend of a friend, and some of the stuff was pretty good. Not fashion or anything, but like abstracts and portraits. You're saying you want to go back to the kind of work you did in school? I ask, confused. Wasn't the reason Jonah came out to Hollywood in the first place to be a star? I can't help but see doing small art shows as a step down on the particular ladder he chose. Do you remember the photo that won me the scholarship? He asks. and I know exactly which one he means because it still hangs in our parents' house. The power lines, I say. That's what you want to do? A little here and there? Like if I could do a few shoots to pay the bills, but the other stuff on the side. Maybe get a show or something. I sit back in my chair. This has to be the most un-LA thing my brother has said since he was 18. What do you think? He presses. I come back to the conversation and realize I still haven't said anything. Yeah, Jones. If you think that's what will make you happy, then you should totally do it. And if you can do both and still make some money, well, that's even better. I guess what I'm saying is that you have that option with Vanity Fair. Yeah, you'll figure it out. My phone clicks and I look down at the screen. Caleb, Dan's manager. Listen, Jonah, I have another call and it's sort of important. Can I call you back? No worries. I think he's going to hang up, but he speaks again. Oh, and Carter? He pauses. Thanks. And he's gone. I don't have time to reflect on this newfound vulnerability displayed by my douche-nozzle brother, so I switch over and stand to pace the room. Caleb, hi. Hey, he says. I have Dan here. You free? Absolutely. There's some shuffling as the phone is passed around, and then Dan is there. Carter, finally we connect. Dan, how's it going, man? Good. Just finished reading a script and it's terrible. He laughs. They're all pretty terrible, if I'm being honest. I think of the last thing I saw Dan in, a giant action movie that takes place on a tanker stranded at sea. Before that, he played a cop trying to bring down a band of drug dealers, and wonder if the scripts he's being sent are all just carbon copies of what he's already done. I jot down a note to find out. What is it exactly you're looking for? I ask, mentally filing through the stack of great scripts Brad recently sent me. What I'm looking for is an agent who sees what I am, but also what I can be. Jared Leto won an Oscar for Dallas Buyers Club, but he also gets to play the Joker. He gets to be a rock star, too, I say, and Dan laughs at this. Pretty sweet gig if you can get it. Exactly, he agrees. Nobody's telling him he can't pull off the Joker. He wanted it, and he just did it. He's also got the talent to back it up, I say, leading him. You think I don't? I wouldn't be having this conversation if I thought that, I tell him. At least as an actor. I have to be honest, though, Dan. You'd be a shit rock star. He laughs again. That's what I need. An agent who gets me the parts I need, but also the parts I want, and one who steers me away from the things that won't work. It doesn't help anyone for me to kiss your ass, I tell him. Neither of us gets paid that way. You think you're that guy? I'm positive I'm that guy. You're a career, not just a role. Let's do this then, he says. I need to get back on set, but Caleb can take care of the details. Let's make some movies, man. And win some awards, I say in response, and can hear his quiet, hell yeah, as he passes the phone to Caleb. I finish up the call, and when I hang up, I'm not quite sure if I imagined the whole thing. There's some official stuff to be done, but I'm Dan Prince's new agent. Me. I push my hands into my hair and pace the room again before moving to pick up my phone, ready to call Evie with the good news when I stop, dropping it back to the bed. There is absolutely no way I can tell Evie this today. She thinks Brad is trying to push her out, and after hearing their little altercation this morning, I agree. Not only did I pick up Dan from her in a semi-shady way, but I'm confident I can do things for him precisely because I have access to a stack of hot scripts that Evie never got to read. I pick up my phone again, feeling the weight of it in my palm and wondering if there's some sort of 24-hour grace period I get on delivering a possibly devastating blow to my new girlfriend's career. I open the calendar app and send Justin a note to block out an hour on Tuesday after I've had a chance to confirm the details with Dan. Best not to rush it. I'll finish out the weekend, get us back to L.A., and then talk to Evie about it as soon as possible. There's basically one goal for any team-building weekend: make a bunch of grown, moderately successful adults behave like idiots for a 48-hour period, all in the name of corporate bonding. This weekend is no different. It's not that the games themselves are silly, they're actually a lot of fun. It's just hard to immediately spot the real-world utility. I mean, how can fighting off a zombie in a locked conference room ever help me tell my coworker in a calm and rational manner that I'm upset he ate my lunch? Aptly, the first game is called Zombie Escape. A zombie is tethered to the center of the room and gradually given more floor space. The other team members are meant to solve various puzzles before the zombie is freed entirely. The best moment in this particular game comes when Evie's team sacrifices Ashton to get another 3 minutes. The event planner, Libby, gives them kudos for real-world problem-solving, but reminds them it wasn't exactly in the spirit of the game. But let me be clear. I would have done the same thing if the situation were real. Ashton is an ass. Next up is office trivia. We're divided into new teams and earn points by answering questions correctly. The questions start out easy enough and are meant to test our observation and recollection skills on what floor is the shared bathroom, what color is the couch in Evie's office. See? Simple. But when the exercise devolves into a scene right out of Cards Against Humanity, with questions like, what most accurately fits the description of an hour of fun perfect for lunch breaks, and half the group shouts, Rose, it's time to pack it in. The correct answer was break room yoga, by the way. It's hard to keep from watching Evie during all this, making my way over to her team and coming up with excuses to touch her. By the time lunch is over and everyone meets for a nature walk around the lake, if you'd dusted Evie for my fingerprints, she'd have looked like a powdered donut. The temperature is just above freezing, and we good little Californians pile on our bought specifically for this trip winter clothing and start the walk. I run to catch up with my girl, and then tug on her hand so we're both lingering at the back of the group. Evie's cheeks are pink from the cold, and I move in as close as I can without looking like I'm up to something. What's this all about? She says, grinning as she watches the distance between us and the others grow. I slip one hand out of my pocket and twist my pinky around hers. Just want to hold your hand. You're such a puppy, she says, but she squeezes my finger anyway. Speaking of puppies, Bear runs around, ducking and dodging through the group as we walk along the lake. At one point, he gingerly steps into the shallows and begins crouching. Oh, God, I murmur, gently elbowing Evie. She turns to follow my attention and lets out a quiet gasp. His back legs shake. His spine is awkwardly curved, and if I had to guess, I would say Bear is feeling some intestinal distress. Bear! Brad yells, and everyone looks awkwardly away from the pooping dog. What in the hell are you doing? Get out of that water, it's freezing! Bear will not be moved. He carefully steps a little farther in, crouches a little more, whines, and looks back at us all. Evie glances up at me, and then we both turn to watch in horror as Brad continues to yell, and Bear continues to, bear down. Everyone is standing at the water's edge, and it's like a slow-motion car accident. Nobody can seem to look away. I let go of Evie's hand and make my way to the front of the group, on the verge of confessing and suggesting we run Bear to the nearest emergency vet, when the problem seems to solve itself. Bear barks happily and straightens, bounding back into the snow. Well, that was anticlimactic, Kylie says. I thought he was having puppies or something. Every head in the group turns to look at her with the same confused expression when someone speaks up. Oh my God, Brad, Rose says. I think Bear has worms. We all look, because honestly, at this point, what else can we do? 4 pale yellow things are floating at the very surface of the water. And I wince, turning toward Evie just in time to hear someone say, Are those condoms? It is safe to say that I have never been more excited for a trip to end than I am right now. The retreat itself was fine. Great if you count it was 2 nights and 8 condoms, only 7 of those used to completion. But to say I was distracted would be a gross understatement. This weekend has felt like some kind of test. But aside from the condom incident, as we've decided to call it, and Brad and Evie's little altercation in her room, it feels like an overwhelming success. Everyone is packed and having a final cup of coffee Sunday morning before the cars arrive to drive us back. The fire is roaring, a row of suitcases waits in a neat line near the doorway, and I'm counting down the minutes until Evie and I are alone again. I want to be alone so I can tell her about Dan, yes, but also to talk over and digest everything that's happened between us, and to make a plan for how to deal with Brad together. Evie is on the phone with the drivers, and I'm near the fireplace watching her as inconspicuously as I can manage. Brad and Kylie are talking in a corner nearby. I can hear bits and pieces of their conversation. Not that I'm really paying attention, I'm just ready to get out of here. I don't know, Kylie says. I told them specifically that all of that was supposed to go straight to you. Brad nods. I'm not sure where the miscommunication happened. I told them, Brad. I know you did, he says, and there's softness in his tone that suddenly has my attention. People have too much time on their hands. I'll take care of it. I don't realize that I'm staring until Brad looks over Kylie's shoulder and his eyes lock with mine. Shit. He sends Kylie away, telling her to make sure everyone is accounted for, and moves to stand at my side. "Carter," he says, eyebrows pulled in tight as he glances around the rest of the bar. "You weren't here last year, but do you think the retreat was a success?" "Absolutely," I tell him. "Evie deserves every bit of the credit." He leans against the fireplace and reaches for a few mints in a bowl there before popping one into his mouth. "You don't have to cover for her, you know. If she wasn't pulling her weight," he says, "you can tell me." He places an encouraging hand on my shoulder. "I know that you like her, Carter, and I do too. Evie is a great girl. But she also has a reputation in this business." "You mean Field Day?" "Exactly. And I'd hate to see you get caught up in anything that could jeopardize your trajectory. Especially considering I'd like to talk sometime this week about renewing your contract." I straighten and take a step back. With all due respect, Evie is one of the... I'm cut off by a round of cheers and applause inside the lobby. The cars have arrived, and a smiling Evie is now walking toward us. "Time to go," she says, smile faltering as she looks between us. "Everything okay over here?" Brad smiles that fucking smile of his. "We were just talking about how the weekend went." "Yeah? I think it was pretty great." She gives us both a sweetly proud grin. "It was amazing," I say. "I was just telling Brad here that I know we did this together, but you really impressed me, leading this with everything else on your plate." Her face lights up. "Thank you." She looks from me to Brad for some kind of confirmation. Of course it doesn't come. "Looks like it's time to head out," he says flatly. "I'll see you both tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of your day." Evie's face falls, and I know that her fears were just confirmed. For whatever reason, Brad was hoping she would screw up. Suddenly it occurs to me that it isn't just about Evie being a woman or any 100 other possible forms of bigotry. I mean, it is partly that. Evie's not crazy regarding all the double standards, but Brad isn't trying to get rid of every woman in the firm, even if he treats them all like shit. So his grudge isn't just that. No. Evie has something on Brad. The question I have, when I look over at her, is whether she even realizes it.
Chapter 23. Evie. I consider myself to be an especially intuitive person, but even a newborn would pick up on the tension between me and Brad. Monday morning check-in goes by without a single word about the retreat. Brad doesn't even acknowledge me in the hallway as we pass, and Kylie's sweet, "I still really like you," smiles every time she sees me communicate more than Brad's stony silence. It's not unheard of to have tense relationships at work, even, maybe especially, with bosses. But given that I've done everything he's asked of me and then some, his behavior is bewildering. As much as I love being an agent, and as much as I love having the reach of P&D and its resources at my fingertips, I have to admit that it's getting hard to give a shit about any of this. Carter and I banged all of Friday and Saturday night, Saturday morning, of course, and back at my place the rest of the weekend on Sunday. That's pretty much all I can think about right now. Being sex-drunk is certainly better than being work-stressed, and I'm like a cartoon with a halo of spinning stars. But instead of being hit with an anvil over the head, I've been hit in the vagina with Carter's magical penis. On Tuesday morning, Rose announces that she's leaving the business, moving back to Iowa, and opening a bookstore. Pretty much everyone's reaction to this is an internal, drawn-out, "okay," which is less because doing so is a complete 180 from her job now, and more because none of us could have guessed that Rose reads books. Like, ever. She announces this in the middle of the wide outer hallway in front of about 16 assistants and interns working at the common area. It's followed by a chorus of simultaneous gasps. The interns love Rose because she tells them every bit of dirt she knows. Rose presses a shaking hand to her chest. "I know," she says. "It hurts me too. I'll miss you guys so much." From across the hall, I can sense Carter's attention on my face. Our eyes snag and we struggle to not break out into enormous grins. This means one less agent in L.A. This means Brad could possibly keep us both. I break my gaze from his when my phone buzzes in my palm with a call from a producer at Sony. I answer, turning and speed-walking to my office.
"Evie," the voice says. "It's Frank Nelson."
"Frank, nice to hear from you."
"Look, I'm on my way to a meeting, but wanted to check in quickly. I have a script I'd really like you to consider for Trent Vaughn. This one is a huge Michael Bay production, and we've already got Keira Knightley signed on. Trent's our lead if he wants it."
My heart isn't galloping. It's swallowing itself whole with every clenching beat. "I'd love to take a look," I say as calmly as I can. "Send it on over with the offer details, and we'll go from there."
"Great."
The call ends. Easy, fast, timely, life-altering.
"Come in,"
Brad says from the other side of the heavy oak door. I push in, hands still shaking. He looks up, unblinking.
"Evie?"
"I've got great news," I tell him. He bids me to continue by putting his glasses down and folding his hands in front of him. "Frank Nelson just called and offered Trent the lead on the next Bay film." Brad's reaction to this is a tiny flicker of an eyebrow, a twitch at the side of his mouth. 6 months ago, he would have rounded the desk and hugged me over this. But now, all I get is a,
"Good,
good. He's sending over the script and the offer today." Brad nods and finally offers a tiny flash of a smile.
That's good."
He inhales sharply, leaning back in his chair to study me.
"Did you tell Carter?"
My brain comes to a halt, and I know my face has just been wiped clean of any expression. Instinct makes me continue with caution. Did he ask me this because he knows I'm sleeping with Carter, or did he ask me this because Trent will soon be Carter's and I'll be packing my bags? "I came to tell you first," I say. "I'll tell him whenever I see him." Brad smiles.
"He's looking at some big deals, too, coming up. Did he tell you? He landed Dan Prince on Saturday."
I am Alice, tumbling through the looking glass. I am Louise, driving the car over the cliff. "He did? He did? He did? Why didn't he tell me? I wanted this for him." My face feels hot. God, I must be bright red. I need to get the fuck out of here. Brad puts his glasses on, and his smile is genuine this time.
"Go congratulate him. It's a great signing for us."
I have about 7,000 reactions to this, and they're all happening in my body at once. Confusion, surprise, anger, sadness, worry, guilt, happiness, and whatever the other several thousand are, I feel them, each one. Locking myself in a bathroom stall, I sit down and put my head in my hands. Think, Evie. Work through it all. Why didn't he tell me? I know why. This situation is complicated, and our relationship is only a few days out of cutthroat situation and into all the sex. Is Carter really that guy? Am I so emotion blind that I can't even see when he's collecting a few fucks before taking my job? My brain screams, and I press my fists to my temples. I know going to sexist asshat town is my knee-jerk reaction. The sad thing is that I'm right most of the time, but this is Carter. I've seen him at his best and his worst. I know him. Don't I? I squeeze my eyes closed, forcing my internal debate team to step up to the podium. Would I have told him? Maybe, but likely no. I would want to see that signature page first. I would want to know for sure that Dan Prince was mine, because it doesn't matter how many Michael Bay movies Trent gets. Dan Prince is the future. He's the next Brad Pitt, the next Clooney. He's not a small star, he's a son. What does this mean for me? With Rose out of the picture, who knows, but it likely means that I'm second to the golden boy, and that golden boy is my boyfriend. Am I okay with that? Carter isn't in his office when I come out of my panic room, and so I pace my own office, replying to emails as my brain takes tiny breaths of air. It's only noon, and I know I have a to-do list a mile long, but I can't for the life of me remember anything on it. I call Jess in, tell her to go through and prioritize my monstrous call sheet and focus on that for as long as I can. Work is grounding. It's the sharpening of a knife, the trimming of a hedge. Everything feels orderly once I've passed the ball into someone else's court. Jess leans against my doorframe. Did you have a chance to go over those retreat invoices again? I wince. Damn it, it's on my list to do today. Thank you for reminding. Carter's shoes squeak on the marble when he steps off the elevator, and I am up, out of my chair, and sprinting. Jess's laughter follows me down the hall. I jog over to him, clutching his arm in my hands. Carter. Hey, crazy eyes, he says, laughing. But then his expression straightens like he knows I know, and he lifts his chin for us to head back in the direction of his office. He closes the door behind him. Evie. I just talked to Brad, I say breathlessly. Trent was offered a role in the next Bay production, and he told me about Dan, and I was going to tell you, he says urgently, and the frantic set of his eyes makes my chest twist. I just got back from lunch with him and was coming. I'm not mad, I say quietly, interrupting him. I was, but I calmed myself down. Carter sits down heavily in a chair. I knew you were courting him, I remind him. And to be honest, in my own actions, I told Dave from the Vine to email you and make the contact. His eyebrows pull close together and he swallows. You did? When? Like maybe your second week here, I say, shrugging. Dave assumed Dan was coming to my list. I just sent him your way instead. He shakes his head, stunned. You didn't have to do that. The merge had just happened and you'd been dealt one hell of a blow. I wanted to win, but I wanted an even playing field first. Or maybe I just underestimated what a threat you'd be. I don't know, but I'm glad you got Dan. I think you'll be a great fit. I'm not mad you didn't tell me, I promise. He seems to flounder for a few seconds and then says quietly, I can't believe you did that. This makes me laugh, and it surprises him because it's never a soft laugh. It's a bursting, evil laugh. Like I said, I wanted to beat you fairly. He lifts a single, teasing brow at the assumption that I would beat him at all. My pulse does a little jump, and I guess Daryl was right. I like competing with him. Who knew? And oh my God, we're talking this out. We're interacting like adults, in person. Besides, I like you, dummy. His hands come forward, finding my hips and pulling me closer so that I'm standing between his legs. Just like? Maybe more. He growls a little, leaning to kiss my stomach once through my dress, then again a little lower. How can I get you to sign with me? Keep doing that. As he kisses and apologizes again, and lets his hand slide around and to my ass, over my thighs, remembering. My fingers find his hair and I close my eyes, tilting my face to the ceiling. I don't care about this office. I don't care about this agency. I care about my clients. I care about this man. Dan hasn't signed the contract yet, but he has given me the verbal commitment. He wants to work with me. Carter hesitates. He wants me more in a manager role, as well as agent. You know that legally I can't do both. Caleb wants to move back to New York. I'd have to figure out how that could work. I nod, but he doesn't see it. My silence doesn't seem to bother him. He wraps his arms fully around me, squeezing as he presses his face to my hip. But then he seems to remember something and pulls back, looking up at me. If you weren't mad, why did you look so panicked when I came in? When I try to smile, it comes out a little broken, so I give up and shrug instead. I just get the feeling I'm not going to be here very much longer. He studies my face, quiet for a few seconds. Something's going on with Brad. With you, I mean. I laugh. You think? No, seriously. Carter sits back and looks past me to make sure his door is firmly closed. I was thinking about this all weekend. Why does he have it in for you specifically? A world of unknowns in that one question. I shrug. Do you have something on him? He asks me. I have a lot of little bits of dirt, I say. No steaming pile. Nothing I'd really share with anyone. And he knows that. He bends, rubbing his hands over his face. It just doesn't make sense. Because Carter is obviously the most amazing boyfriend of all time, he takes me out to breakfast for dinner. Over enormous stacks of pancakes at the Griddle Cafe, we talk about everything but work, interrupted frequently by Mike and Steph's giddy, emoji-stringed texts. We texted them a selfie of us earlier. Me, cross-eyed and cheeks puffed as Carter planted a giant smooch on my cheek. He typed the words, "Meet my girlfriend, Evil," before he hit send in the group window. I suppose that got the message across that we are doing the couple thing and no longer plotting each other's murder. We talk about our families because it feels like a real possibility that we'll meet them soon, and maybe that they'll meet each other. He talks about how he was engaged once and how he loved that girl, but not in that bone-crushing way where you would give up anything. She wanted small and Carter wanted the stars. We talk about how maybe Steph was right and I do always manage to find fault in the men I date. Too motivated, not motivated enough, and the relief I usually felt at putting them in the not dateable column. That way it was them, not me. We talk about Daryl and Amelia and how much they mean to me, how I've known Daryl for most of my life, and how I love Amelia in almost the same way.
Have they seen you since Friday? He asks proudly. Because if they saw you walking lately... He mimes me, stumbling bow-legged with 2 fingers teetering across the tabletop, and I chuck a piece of scrambled egg at him. He picks it off his plate and eats it. I might really love him. Sorry, he says quickly, reaching across the table to take my hand. Did that gross you out? What? No. Then why do you suddenly look like you're going to vomit? Because I love you. He laughs, delighted. How terrible. Don't go, I say in a burst. Go where? Anywhere. He stands, leaning across the table. His lips taste like syrup. His smile feels like home. Beneath him on the table, his phone begins to jump. Carter pulls away, grinning at me and slowly sitting down in his seat before glancing at the caller ID. With a tiny, just a sec finger, he answers. Dave, hey. I watch Carter's face go from flesh-colored to zombie pale in about 2 seconds. What? No, it wasn't me. Absolutely not. He listens, shaking his head. Fuck, no, he hasn't even signed yet. Nodding, he says, just verbal, and the announcement was supposed to be yours just as soon as I had the paperwork wrapped up. Finally, he looks up at me and whispers, Open Variety now. Scrambling for my phone, I open my app. It loads slowly, but by the time it does, Carter has finished his call and he takes my phone when I hand it to him. I've already read the headline. I have no idea what is happening, but Carter looks like he is about to throw up his pancakes all over the table, and it isn't because I professed my love. It's because Variety has just announced that Dan Prince has signed with Carter. What is going on? I whisper. Carter shakes his head, reading and rereading what's written before handing the phone back to me with a quietly hissed, shit. I scan the article and feel my stomach drop. People's Sexiest Man Alive leaves Loramac. Dan Prince, actor in the upcoming action blockbuster Global, and recently voted People magazine's Sexiest Man Alive, has signed with talent agent Carter Aaron. Prince has emerged as one of the hottest actors in Hollywood following the box office success of Under a Stony Sky, in which Prince portrays a brooding cyborg who saves a family from a corporation bent on killing their genius children. To date, the film has earned over $750 million internationally. Prince previously was repped by Joel Meyer over at Loramac, who launched Prince's career in his debut, Edge, produced by Universal and directed by George Stan. Loramac has been in talks with Sony and Fox to cast Prince in several upcoming big-budget films, but according to Prince's spokesperson, those will pass over to Carter Aaron, effective immediately. Aaron, originally from New York, works for newly merged Price and Dickel. I stare at the screen, uncomprehending. Why is this in Variety? It's a stupid first question, but I get now why Dave called. Dave was supposed to get this scoop. Dave was going to give Carter a huge spread in the Hollywood Vine print edition in exchange. No idea. His voice is clipped and loud.
Carter pulls out his wallet, hastily grabbing a couple of 20s and dropping them on the table. His hands are shaking. I scramble to follow him as he stands and heads for the door. A few diners near us have stopped talking to watch us bolt. Why? I have so many questions. Why is this out now? Why did Variety get the scoop? And why is Carter mentioned so obviously? It doesn't seem like that's what's happening, but Carter wouldn't do this, right? He knows better. He has to know better. This is agenting 101. Lorimac knew? I ask. Carter bursts from the restaurant. No, I don't think so. I mean, Dan couldn't hire me until he'd fired Joel, but that happened last week, and I got the distinct impression Joel was keeping it from Lorimac, positive Dan would come back. I don't like Joel, but this is no way for them to find out. Fuck! He does an angry little fist punch toward the sky. Fuck! Actors leaving agencies is a big deal, a huge deal, especially talent like Dan. He'll take millions of dollars with him, and it will not only affect the agency's bottom line, it will bruise their reputation. This announcement is bad for Lorimac, yes, but it could be just as bad for P&D because it makes us look like shady assholes doing underhanded things to steal talent. None of this should have been made public until we were sure Lorimac knew and had time to prepare their own statement. More to the point, it makes Carter look like a shady asshole because he's mentioned specifically, with very little mention of P&D at all. It's written as if Carter is the force behind the deal, not the agency. Tripping after him, I start to form another question. Carter, why? He wheels on me, face red. I don't fucking know, Evie, okay? I don't fucking know. I pull back, hands to my chest. Okay, Jesus. Deflating, he hangs his head, reaching for me, pulling me to his chest. I'm still stunned and come a little reluctantly. I'm sorry, he whispers, kissing my hair. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't fucking know what just happened. I told Dave he had the exclusive. I met Dan today and we shook on it. I even told him about the offer of announcing with Dave in the Vine. He was thrilled. But he hasn't seen a contract. I've never spoken to Ted Statsky at Variety. I have no idea how he got this. Taking his hand, I pull him toward my car. Let's go to the office and figure this out. It's nearly 8 by the time we get to the 5th floor, but all the lights are on and I can hear Brad's voice barking from his office all the way down by the elevator bank. Carter blanches, glancing at me before heading straight down there. I follow, and although I'm only a few steps behind him, I stay in the hall. I have no role in this crisis but to be Carter's support and his colleague, making whatever damage control calls he needs. Brad's voice is a terrifying thunder. What the fuck is this, Aaron? What the fuck is going on? Have you seen this fucking Variety article? I spoke to Dave, Carter says, managing to sound calm. This wasn't me. This wasn't us. This was an outside leak. The fuck it was? Brad yells. You pissed all over this article. You wrote your fucking name in loopy fucking letters all over this love note to Variety. P&D is barely fucking mentioned here. Do you work here? Are you in my department? Of course, Brad. Well, not according to this, you're not. We get a line at the bottom. No one fucking reads the last line. Carter wisely doesn't point out that everyone at Lorimac will read the last line. I'm supposed to meet my wife tonight at an event where she's getting an award, Brad yells. But instead, I'm here trying to make sense of this fuck-up. Jesus, Carter, this is a huge shitstorm. I know I shouldn't. But I step in, feeling my heart grow into a solid ball of pissed off. It wasn't Carter, Brad. I've been with him since he came back from his lunch with Dan. Lunch with Dan? Brad says, turning back to Carter. So he did sign? Legal is still writing up the contracts, Carter says, trying to calm Brad down. Brad, it's Tuesday. He confirmed over the phone 3 days ago. He did a verbal and a handshake today. I know better than to run to Variety or anyone with a handshake. Carter's voice trails off because Brad isn't listening to him anymore. He's staring at me. And with a cold rush down my body, I realize why. My heart, my lungs, my stomach are packed into a tight ball of fury. Are you fucking kidding me? I ask, struggling to stay calm.
I told you this today,
he says through gritted teeth.
I told you about Dan Prince today, Abby. And this is what you do? You're so jealous you gotta go screw Dave, Dan, Carter, and P&D in one blow?
Carter takes a step back like he's been punched. I am shaking. At my side, my hand forms a fist, and I have to consciously unclench it, or else I know it will be flying toward Brad.
Brad, there is no way,
Carter starts. You need to take a deep breath, Brad. I interrupt, anger making my voice nearly inaudible. It wasn't Carter, and it wasn't me. He lifts his chin in a fuck you gesture and scoffs.
This is low, even for you.
What the hell does that mean? I turn, walking on shaking legs to the door. You're out of your damn mind, Brad. Go home. Sleep it off. I'll accept your apology in the morning.
Chapter 24. Carter. After leaving Brad's office, Evie walked calmly back to her own, disappeared inside for a moment, and then slammed the door so hard the pictures in the hallway rattled against the walls. I knock on her door and peek in. Her head is down, but she looks up at my entrance, cheeks tear-streaked. This is bullshit, Carter. Stepping in, I close the door behind me. Of course it is. It's unconscionable. She presses the heels of her hands to her eyes. What can I do? I ask. You have your own mess to clean up, she says, voice nasal from crying. I just need to get my shit together so I can walk out of here and go home. I always thought Evie and I were two complementary halves of a whole, different strengths, a perfect team. But now I realize that in most ways we're the same. Of course she doesn't want to lick her wounds with witnesses around. Call me later, I say. She nods, wiping her face. And tell me if you need me to do anything. I'll get over this crying shit in a minute and be back in action. I kiss her clammy cheek. I know you will. On my way home, I make some calls. Dan doesn't answer his phone. Caleb either. I text Evie my address, then I pace and pace and pace until the doorman sends her up. Stepping out into the hall, I find her loaded up with bags of takeout. I have no idea why I brought food, she says and hands me a bag of what smells like Indian. She inhales deeply. That's not true. I'm going to eat it all. I set it on the table and pull her to me, pressing a kiss to her temple. Feeling better? She sinks into me, her cheek pressed to my chest and arms wrapped around my waist. Feel gross. You? Waiting to hear back from Dan or Caleb. I rest my chin on top of her head. Do you want to talk about what happened with Brad? I asked. Eat our feelings? Watch a movie? Fuck like teenagers who don't have to worry about things like jobs or food or rent? She looks up at me with a smile, the first one I've seen since the Variety article went live. My default answer is always going to be food, but now that I'm having sex with someone besides myself, I might have to reorganize my priorities. I take her hand and lead us both to the kitchen. How about if we talk a little first, and then we can eat while we have sex? If we could have the TV on at the same time, I might never leave this apartment. She eyes me while I get down a couple of plates. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of hunkered-in for sex commitment? Evie dishes up our food, and I grab 2 beers from the fridge. I remember she doesn't love beer, and grab her a glass for water instead. I've never been to your place before. She looks around. It's a lot cleaner than your office. I think outside of Michael Christopher and Steph, you might be the only person who's been here. You're kidding. Let's just say that up until recently, my social life was decidedly less active. She takes a deep breath and smiles, like it was exactly what she needed to hear. Well, I like it. I have my own parking spot. Oh, and granite countertops. I wrap my knuckle on the surface in front of me. Stainless steel appliances, 1 bedroom, recently updated floors, and a 6-setting shower head in the modern yet sizable bathroom. I tell you all this not to brag, but as a warning that you may have to take over my lease if I lose my job. Evie frowns, pushing her food around on her plate. I don't think you're the one who needs to worry. Brad is having a hard time letting field day go. I gathered that, I say simply. It just seems so petty, she finishes for me. Yeah. I mean, it's not like P&D lost money. Obviously, we made our commission. So why is Brad so obsessed with it? That's what I don't get. I think it's because he knew he had something to use against me. It tanked Mark Marsh's career, so it's like this little IOU Brad can pull out whenever he needs to feel superior. That's a lame IOU, I say. It's like giving someone a homemade book full of free back rub coupons. She gives me an amused, "You're crazy" smile. It's not really anything like that. But everyone has flops. Between everyone on your list, how many movies do you think you've been involved in? She blows out a breath, looking past me out the window. Over 100 easily. Exactly. Statistics tell us that at least one of those is going to be a bomb. So, I say, reaching across to finish her half-eaten samosa. That's why I think there's something else going on with Brad and you. It doesn't add up. I have no idea what else it could be, she says, shrugging helplessly. Field day is what he always mentions. She wipes her mouth with her napkin and pushes her plate away. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All it will take is for Brad to hint that I had something to do with this variety leak, and that'll be it. Nobody will hire me. But you're not even mentioned in the article, I say. It doesn't matter. It might have been your name, but Dave came to me first, and I sent him on to you. Everyone knows Dave and I go way back. No matter what happens, I look like I had an ulterior motive. She presses her hands to her eyes. God, this sucks. And you come out looking like a snake. It's unreal. I know, I say, pulling her closer. But what I still don't understand is who could have given Variety the story to begin with. I only told Brad. Dan is surrounded by idiots, she says. His manager is a nice enough guy, but the rest of his little entourage are world-class mooches. I wouldn't put it past any of them to mention it in passing to someone whose skirt they were trying to get into. Maybe they told the wrong person. So what now? I ask. I can't get hold of Dan or Caleb. Dave is MIA, and we have to wait until tomorrow to rip Brad a new one. Evie stands, carries our plates to the sink, and then takes my hand. Let's see. So far I've seen the kitchen, the granite countertops, the parking space, and the wood floors. Maybe you could show me the adjustable shower head. I don't have a TV in the shower, Evil. So if you're looking to multitask in there, I'm afraid I can't help you. I can hear every footstep, every thump of my pulse in my ears as I lead Evie down the hall. I wasn't expecting anyone, and only now does it register that I should do the mental girlfriend in the house checklist. I exhale when we walk in and find everything in order. Freshly washed comforter and sheets, and a pile of pillows tossed haphazardly on top. My mind pushes forward, and suddenly all I can see is Evie in that bed. Sheets twisted around her, or gone completely. Her legs tangled with mine. We're on the same page. Evie's already pulled her sweater off and then tugs off the shirt underneath. We stand, grinning at each other across a few feet, painted in stripes of fluorescent streetlight, as we peel off our clothes one piece at a time. I feel like we should have music for this, she says, grin widening. I could beatbox? No. She pushes me down and climbs over my lap, straddling my hips. Her kisses are soft and sucking, a sweep of tongue, the sharp bite of teeth. There are about 2 working cells in my brain right now, and it takes both of them to move to the side of the bed and feel along the edge of my nightstand for a drawer. Condom? She says, and I pull away, dragging in a lungful of air while she trails kisses down my neck. Looking? I pull the drawer open, searching. My movements become more frantic, and I nearly dump Evie onto the floor when I stretch as far as I can, finally wrapping a triumphant hand around the box. I pull the top half of her body back onto the mattress, climbing over her and laughing into her neck. Sorry. She's cracking up under me, legs and arms wrapped all around my torso. When I pull back, even in the dark, I can see the happiness written all over her face. We needed this chance to lose ourselves and check out for a little bit. I hand her the condom, and she studies it very intently for a few shaking breaths before reaching between us. And then, in a breath, I'm there, and she's pulling my head back down to her neck. I can't decide which part of her I want to touch first, and so my greedy hands grip her ass, squeezing so I can fuck harder. I skim across her stomach, her hips, her nipples. She rolls and arches from underneath me, and moving with her, pulls every other thought from my mind. My hands are in her hair, and my head is full of her sounds. I'm mesmerized by the way my movements alter the rhythm of her breaths. We manage to pop the sheets off all 4 corners. How's the tour of the apartment? I ask her at one point, my hand behind her knee, her luminous brown eyes focused on my face above her. I feel the way she laughs, her body gripping me, and I smile into the dark. This is absolutely the most fun I've ever had. Well, ever. She pulls me down, drawing her legs up to my chest and our hips flush together, and I come out of nowhere, too lost in her to even be embarrassed. Pulling out, I move down between her legs, and with her hands in my hair and my name ringing around the room, all is forgiven. Evie has an early appointment to talk to Trent about the base script, so she doesn't spend the night. Just after midnight, I pull away from her and dress. I walk her down to where she's parked, then take her face in my hands and kiss her until I'm begging her to come back up to my apartment. Just another hour, I say against her mouth. 30 minutes. 10. I think we both know I'm good for at least that. How about from behind, just inside the door? She sucks in the breath, and with her palms on my chest, she pushes and puts the tiniest bit of space between us. You're dangerous. I have to go. I spend most of the next 3 hours awake and staring at the ceiling, head spinning with everything that's happened today. My thoughts bounce around, and I'm not even sure what to focus on. That Evie and I are happening, that it's so fucking good, that Brad has apparently lost his mind, that I'm Dan Prince's agent, the possibility that I've damaged any future relationship with Dave and the Hollywood Vine, or that someone, still unknown, leaked the damn story to Variety in the first place. Jesus, take the wheel. Exhausted but too keyed up to sleep, I start scrolling through the various apps on my phone. Michael Christopher might pride himself on being 27 going on 19, but virtually every photo he posts anywhere is of Morgan. Morgan at the park, Morgan in the bathtub, Morgan playing dress-up with Daddy. I saved the one of him wearing a tiara, because that is going on his birthday card. There's a post from Becca with her thumb pointed down in front of a treadmill, followed by one of a donut and a thumb pointed directly up. I laugh into the darkness. The timestamp on the post is less than 15 minutes old, still pretty early, so I decide to try my luck and send her a text. You up? This is Carter, by the way. Is my eye roll font coming through? I know it's you. You have a new job. You didn't die and take your contact info with you. I smile at my screen. God, I've missed her. Can you talk? My phone rings almost immediately. Hey, everything okay? She says before I've even had a chance to say hello. It's like 3 a.m. I know why I'm up, but why are you? Was I a terrible boss? There's a pause and the unmistakable sound of her scoffing. Are you drunk? I groan. I wish. Okay, tell me what's happening. Just a lot of stuff in my head, I think. I hate those nights where your brain suddenly fires and decides to question every decision you've made your entire life. That's pretty much it. How's the new job? You know, same shit, different day. My new boss is an idiot, but then again, so is my old boss, so points for consistency. Very funny, I say. So what's got your brain up? Work stuff or life stuff? A lot of both. I met someone. Shut up. Yeah, she's really great. You'd like her. Maybe we can set something up and I'll have dinner. Wow, Carter. Introducing your new flame to your old assistant. That is serious. I chuckle and say, I don't think I realized exactly how serious until right now. So did I just help you come to some sort of realization? Because my birthday is next month, and you still know my favorite shoe store. I laugh. I think you did. Okay, go to sleep, or you'll be a monster tomorrow, and I'm not there to bring you coffee. Keep me posted, okay? Yeah, thanks, Becca. I miss you, by the way. Miss you, too. I end the call and fall asleep between one blink and the next. I'm exhausted when my alarm goes off, but I get up and force myself to go for a run anyway. It's cool enough for a jacket. The haze of the marine layer is still thick in the air, and the sun isn't high enough to burn it all off yet. I take a different route today, where a long stretch of road hugs the base of the hill, and the streets are lined with older apartment buildings and lots of trees. The traffic is heavy in this area, but it's still early enough that it's manageable. I'm back at the apartment in record time, able to shower and change and still grab breakfast before heading out. There are a few texts waiting, one from Michael and Stephanie about a long-awaited couples dinner this weekend, and one from Evie, stressed out about taking her meeting instead of heading straight for the office where Brad could apologize and kiss her ass in front of everyone. I'm a little worried that's not actually what's going to happen, but I do my best to distract her, suggesting she send me pictures of her ass, and I'll describe how I plan on kissing it later. But she doesn't bite. I can almost feel her anxiety through the phone. I hate that she has to deal with all this. If my head is a mess over what's happening, I can't imagine how she must feel. I've had 3 cups of coffee, and I'm on a tear by the time I make it into work, having concocted an entire monologue to unleash in Brad's office. I march straight down the hallway, my carefully prepared words shifting carefully into place in my head, and stop short at Kylie's desk. The windows behind her are dark. "Hey, Kylie, is Brad in?" I ask, ignoring the sour bend to my stomach. She shakes her head and offers me a small, practiced smile. This woman deals with Brad Kingman on a daily basis. Something tells me she's mastered the art of apologizing for her boss. "He won't be in till later." Fuck. "Do you know when?" I ask, already anticipating the massacre that will take place if Evie catches him before I do. Kylie taps out a few keystrokes and then looks back up at me. "About an hour or so. He has a meeting at 11, so he'll be here for that." "Can you schedule me in?" She winces and then frowns. "Nothing today." I can tell him you stopped by. I'll just keep an eye out, I tell her, and smile before heading back down the hall. The tension is thick in the office. By now everyone has heard about the Variety article and the fallout, and nobody really knows whether to offer congratulations or wince over how bad this could be for everyone involved. I don't even know myself. Justin is at his desk when I get there. He hands me a stack of messages, but I wave off any discussion of what else we have going on today. I'm going to need him to get me on the phone with one person after another until I can get this straightened out. Justin tries to connect me with Dave. Not surprisingly, it goes straight to his voicemail. Because I'm obviously not stressed enough, I log into my computer and check Google, and sure enough, the story has been picked up everywhere. "Hey, Justin," I call out, and he pokes his head inside. "Can you let me know if you see Brad or Evie coming in? Subtly, though, okay?" He nods. "Want me to close this for you?" he asks, standing in the doorway. I shake my head, and he steps out, leaving me to my buzzy, anxious solitude. The thing about having an office with 16 assistants all corralled into one area is that it gets loud. It feels like the phones never stop ringing, and has everyone always stomped around here like a herd of horses? Add in the sound of typing, the occasional text alerts, a whole lot of water cooler conversation, and my total lack of focus, and I don't get anything done. Thank God that after only about an hour of this, there's a knock at my door. It's Justin, peeking in and then glancing back over his shoulder, looking entirely too much like he's up to something. "Mr. Kingman just got here. Want me to do anything?" "No, I've got it. Thanks, though." I save my document and, hands sweating, step out. Kylie sees me again and offers a sympathetic smile, one I can only assume means that Brad is in some kind of mood. "He's in there?" I say quietly, and she nods. He looks up when I clear my throat and pins me with a look that is only marginally more pleasant than the one he'd give Evie. "What can I do for you, Aaron? I'm sure I don't have to explain how busy I am cleaning up all of this." "That's what I want to talk to you about," I say, moving deeper into his office. Brad takes his glasses off and sets them on the desk, and then sits back, waiting for me to talk. "I know that things look bad, and the timing of you telling Evie about damn Prince and the article coming out looks suspicious, but I can guarantee she didn't have anything to do with it." "Is that so?" "Yes. The two of us have had our differences in the past, but she would never jeopardize her integrity or that of anyone working here. She knows what's at stake, as do I, and respects you and the job, our clients, and contacts too much." "What the hell is going on, Carter?" Brad leans in, eyes narrowing. "Why are you in here telling me this? Are you white knighting for the girl you're fucking? Is that it?" My heart claws its way up my chest. "Are we going to have a little talk about the birds and the bees right now?" "No, Brad, I just wanted to clarify." Brad holds up a finger to stop me. "The only thing that needs clarifying is that you work for me, and right now I want you to get the hell back to your office and do exactly that, work, just like I hired you to do. I don't want your drama in here. Evie fucked up, period, and it isn't the first time." He slides his hand horizontally above the desk. "Let her roll under the bus." I think back to the day of the merge and how thankful I was that I still had a job. I remember the relief of thinking I was in the clear and being in this very room when I realized that I wasn't. We did exactly what Brad had hoped we would do and went for each other's throats, in the hope that only one of us would be left standing. It's shocking to realize that the only one standing is me. Actually, I start, and the more I think on what I'm about to do, the more I know it's the right thing. I don't think so. I'm done. Brad sits back in his seat, surprised. Don't be an idiot, Carter. Think on it tonight. Don't be a hero and wake up regretting a decision you made with the wrong fucking head. Because whether you're here or not, she won't be. My phone goes off on my way out of the office, but I ignore it. I don't bother to take anything, deciding there will be plenty of time, or I can have Justin send it to me. Somewhere. My head is an absolute mess, and I have zero idea what I'm going to do now, but at least it will be on my own terms. I take the stairs to the second level of the parking garage and unlock my car, sliding inside. My phone vibrates again, and I go to reach for it, realizing it could be Evie. It's not.
Chapter 25. Evie.
You can't put up with this anymore,
Amelia says, well on her way to wearing a path in Daryl's new carpet.
I've sat by and let a lot of shit go because he's your boss, and sometimes we all have to turn the other cheek, but this is it. You have to do something.
I close my eyes and lean my head against the back of one of Daryl's plush chairs. I read the script, took my meeting with Trent, met Sarah Hill for a lunch meeting, returned approximately 70,000 phone calls, decided it would be best to avoid Brad entirely until I'd figured out what to do, and left the office at 5 for the first time in years, heading straight here. Thankfully, I have friends who will listen to me complain, rant on my behalf, and pour me lots of wine. It's only 6 o'clock, and I'm on glass number 3. What would you have me do? I ask her. I have fewer than 45 days left on my contract. Brad is an asshole, but he's never done anything I could officially complain about. Reporting him now, after I'm about to be blamed for this enormous agency faux pas, would make me look like a crybaby who can't hang with the big boys. No way I will give him that kind of satisfaction. Daryl groans into her glass. I hate to say it, but she's right. Brad isn't an idiot, and he's been very careful not to do anything she could specifically call him out on. I nod, quickly swallowing a gulp of wine to add, it's a hostile work environment, sure, but name me a place in Hollywood that isn't. Amelia drops onto Daryl's fluffy white couch and gives one of the throw pillows a good shove.
We're 3 brilliant, successful women. There has to be something we can do.
I have a grandpa who knows people, Daryl says without hesitation. I cock an eyebrow at her. Meaning? Daryl smiles innocently. Murder?
Once again, Amelia says, motioning to Daryl. Too far.
There's a knock on the door, and realizing I haven't moved in a while, I offer to get it.
I mean, at least I'd have 3 meals in prison and a little self-satisfaction, I say, crossing the room. A roof over my head? You can barely watch Orange is the New Black without getting queasy, Amelia reminds me. Let's not go picking out your prison name just yet.
Opening the door, I'm surprised to find Eric on the other side with 2 steaming pizza boxes in his hands. Hey, I say, taking a step back so he can come in. So do you just carry pizza around, or?
I ran into the pizza delivery guy in the stairway,
he says, nodding hello to Amelia and making his way to the kitchen.
Thought I'd bring them up for you.
That was sweet, Daryl says, taking down a stack of plates and motioning for us to help ourselves. This is how my favorite porn films start. I watch the 2 of them move back into the kitchen with renewed interest. They're bent together, whispering. Amelia catches my eyes, mirroring my, are they fucking, expression. I look back and forth between Daryl and Eric when they emerge. Are you 2, working tonight? I ask, picking up a slice before taking a bite. Daryl nods while she chews, but Eric answers.
Actually, I'm glad you're here, Evie. I need your help.
I point a tipsy finger to my chest. Mine? He nods and Daryl explains. Remember how Jess off the cuff asked him to come up with a program that reconciles expenses with invoices? Squinting, I admit, sort of. She waves this off. I liked the idea, and this audit was a drag, so Eric came up with the most ingenious program. It finds and cross-references all my charges and then reconciles them with the right client, the relevant invoice, and the correct in-house expense account. I think about how much time this audit has taken and what a miracle something like that would be. Oh my God, that's amazing. So I ran yours too, to help Jess, Eric admits. That's, why I came over. He scratches his jaw. See, something isn't working right because we found some charges on your expense card that don't line up with any orders or invoices. I didn't want to go through it at the office. What do you mean by don't line up? I sit up straighter. My wine buzz is keeping my heart from taking off like a flock of hysterical birds. On mine? I haven't had time to sit at my desk and go through it yet this week, but Jess also said something about weird charges. Eric pulls his laptop from his duffel and takes a seat at the bar. Let's see, he says, opening the program. Okay, here's one from September. There's a charge from a catering company. We actually saw it enough times that we tracked each one. The charge says you spent $123 for Debbie's events. But according to Jess's notes in your calendar, Daryl interrupts, that day you were with a client for only an hour or two for voiceovers. There wasn't any catering on set because it wasn't on set. You met in the studio. What was that other one, Eric? The laundry? Hollywood Linen, he answers, and I pause, that name poking at something in the back of my head. That's the one, Daryl says. And with that one, it's not that the charges are for crazy amounts. Most of them are pretty small, like $50 here or a couple hundred at most. But they're recurring and add up. You probably would have never noticed if you didn't have to pull the reports for the audit. What was the name of that company again? I ask, pushing away from the counter to search inside my laptop bag. Jess's retreat invoices are still in there. The ones Brad told me to ignore and send directly to Kylie. Hollywood Linen? He says. Yeah, right here. I find the line item and point to it on the most recent expense card statement. That's here, too. There's a billing for linen service for the dining room, but we didn't use any at the retreat. The hotel included all of that in our block rate. I sit on the couch, opening the folder and spreading the invoices on the coffee table in front of me. Can you give me a few of the other names? Sure, Eric says, clicking through his spreadsheet. There's Ever Beauty. I search down my list, finding it and putting a red check mark out to the side. It's dated 2 days before the retreat. Okay. Baby? That's a nanny service? I ask, finger moving down the page. Yeah, Amelia says. There it is. Another check. Over the retreat weekend itself. Needless to say, no one brought their child to the department retreat. Roar PR. Okay, I say. Another red check. What the hell? Glam Band. Amelia moves to stand over me, watching as I find the name and scratch out another check mark. Holy shit, she says, meeting my eyes. That's a whole lot of coincidence. I bet if I started looking back through all my expenses, I'd find more, I say, looking to Eric for confirmation. He's already nodding. That would be my guess. I stand up, chewing on my nail as I walk to the window. My head feels like a game of Tetris, small pieces everywhere and a clock ticking away while I scramble to make them all fit. I turn to face the group. So these companies are billing P&D for a lot of services that aren't really happening? I propose. Eric shrugs, then nods. I mean, yeah. You know I'm not doing this, right? I ask, horrified. Eric startles like it would never have occurred to him that it was me, and Daryl and Amelia are vehemently shaking their heads. My pulse seems to be thundering inside my skull. Is this even a thing a single person could do? It would take a lot of work, but it's definitely possible, Eric says. I do think it would have to be someone within the company, though. Someone who has access to the various expense accounts and with enough power to keep people from looking too closely. Carter's voice echoes in my thoughts. Why does he have it in for you specifically? Do you have something on him? It doesn't add up. I let out a little gasp and 3 sets of eyes meet mine. I'm almost positive we're all thinking the exact same thing. Are we absolutely sure we don't want to call my grandpa? Daryl says, lying next to me beneath a dirty old blanket in the bed of Eric Kingman's truck. Amelia reaches across me and smacks her. I swear to God, if you get us caught and I have to call my ex-husband to bail me out for breaking and entering, I will find your old nose and staple it back on. Daryl lets out a horrified little squeak. You monster! I bite back a laugh and Daryl takes a deep, calming breath beside me. Besides, she says, we're with Eric, so I don't technically think what we're doing is considered breaking and entering, but shh, Eric says through the open cab window as we reach the security gate.
Evening, Mr. Kingman,
the guard says. The three of us stay completely still beneath the blanket, trying to make ourselves as small and invisible as humanly possible.
Don't think your uncle is home tonight, but your aunt is up there. Thank you, Jerry. I'll have Aunt Maxine send down some of those cookies you love. You have a good night.
The truck starts moving again, slowly making its way up Brad Kingman's impossibly long drive. We haven't lost our minds. It's just that we all know Brad well enough to know that if he's behind this, he wouldn't keep any of these fictional company files at work. I'm on the verge of losing my job, and in just a half hour at Daryl's apartment, we totaled over $50,000 in money charged to my expense accounts alone. No wonder we're being audited. How many places has Brad skimmed from? I am grateful to the wine because it's keeping at least half of my chill in place. Realizations keep falling onto each other like perfectly stacked dominoes. Primarily this. I was Brad's fall guy. No wonder he kept me on, assuming that if I ever found out about his little retirement plan, he's ensured that accusations against him are less credible if they come from a disgruntled has-been. Pinning me for screwing things up with Dave and Carter is one thing. There is no way in hell I'm going down for this level of outright fraud.
We're clear,
Eric says through the window, his voice tight and a little breathless.
You guys okay back there?
We finally breathe. This blanket smells like sewage and my boss is stealing money under my expense accounts while he carefully frames me for a myriad of fuck-ups. But other than that, I think we're good. What about you? You okay?
Are you kidding me?
He sings into the cool night air.
This is awesome.
But are you sure you want to do this? I mean, you could just pull up, kick us out, and get the hell out of here, I say.
Hell no. I hate the way Brad treats Maxine, and this shit is crazy. Can you feel that adrenaline?
He howls a little into the cab of the truck.
Let's take him down.
So Eric's definitely in, I whisper. Amelia laughs at my side. What tipped you off? The truck slows to a stop and Eric unrolls the front windows before turning off the engine.
All right, I'll go inside. None of the staff should be here, so I'll leave the front door open. His office is upstairs, fourth door on the right. You all remember the game plan?
Got it, Amelia says.
Remember, give me 2 minutes and I'll get Maxine to take me into the kitchen for something to eat. I'm hoping I can get you guys at least 15 minutes. That long enough?
It'll have to be, Amelia says. The door opens and the truck shifts as Eric climbs out.
Okay,
he says, taking a step before stopping again.
Should we, synchronize our watches or something?
If we sang Swinging on a Star to time ourselves, we'd be just like Bruce Willis and Danny Aiello in Hudson Hawk. Amelia glares at me in the dark. Evie, usually I entertain these little movie tangents, but I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up. Just go, Eric! Daryl whisper yells.
Right, going.
The sound of Eric's feet on a gravel path carries through the dark, and he knocks on the door. While we wait, Amelia taps my shoulder. Does Carter know where you are? Ha, no. I haven't talked to him since this morning. Right now we're dressed like cat burglars and hiding in the bed of our boss's nephew's truck. Probably best to leave this part out when I tell him about my day. Voices carry from outside, and we all straighten, straining to hear. The front door opens, and immediately we hear a woman exclaim, "Eric, honey, what a surprise!" My heart is pounding in my head as I listen to their conversation dissipate and finally disappear. Okay, I whisper. Pulling the blanket off of us and sitting up slowly, I look around, making sure we really are alone out here. I'm the first to climb out, keeping low to the ground and watching around us. Maxine's Mercedes is parked at the opposite end of the drive, but thankfully there's no sign of Brad's obnoxious yellow Ferrari anywhere. Amelia is next, and she kneels on the ground by my side. As we both look around, Daryl falls out of the truck, rolling in the gravel. "Smooth," Amelia whispers. "Sorry," Daryl says. "I was kicked out of yoga." It's strange being here without the Christmas lights and the valets, the holiday music and voices filtering out from inside the giant house. Instead, there's just silence, the chirp of crickets in the bushes beyond. Then as we get closer, the faint tinkling of laughter coming from the direction of the house, the door left conveniently ajar. "Thank you, Eric." A tiny sliver of yellow light cuts a line across the porch, and we creep forward, peering through the crack and into the grand entryway. All clear. Glancing at Amelia, I press a hand on the cool wood, wincing when the old hinge emits a tiny whine as it swings open. I wonder if Eric heard it, because his voice grows louder and more enthusiastic from the back of the house. A wide staircase unscrolls in front of us. I motion for Amelia and Daryl to go on ahead, staying behind just long enough to close the door with a soft click. Our tennis shoes are almost silent on the steps as we climb, carefully peeking around the corner before turning right at the top of the stairs. At my side, Amelia holds up 4 fingers and points to a door at the end of the hall. Nodding, I watch as she wraps her gloved hand around the knob and slowly turns. It swings open. Even here, Brad Kingman's office looks exactly the way you'd expect. His desk is huge and covered with books and piles of paper. In the light from the window, we can see a bunch of golf memorabilia and what has to be every award and accolade he's ever received, right down to newspaper clippings, proudly displayed. Framed photos line his bookcases, all sharing a single common characteristic. He's the star of each of them. Even his office is a pretentious dick, Daryl says, closing the door behind us. Turning on her small flashlight, she shines it around the walls. "Is that a safe?" I follow her gaze and then run my own light along the desk, stopping when I come to a bank of filing cabinets. "Do you guys want to look for the file cabinet key and I'll start with his computer? I can try to work out his password." Amelia agrees and begins to search. Together, she and Daryl look under books and papers, in drawers, and behind every photo frame, while I wake up the computer, the password prompt lighting up the screen. I start with Brad's name, first and last, then his wife's, and every combination in between. I try his birthday, the number of Oscars his clients have won, even combinations of his name with his golf handicap. Yes, we've all had to hear the stories of his country club valor over the years. No luck. "I think I found something," Daryl says, stretching to feel along the bottom of a drawer. Having struck out so far, I turn to watch, practically jumping with joy when she comes away with a small brass key in her hand. "What kind of person tapes a key to the underside of a drawer in their house?" she whispers, moving to the filing cabinet and sliding the key into the lock. "Someone who's got a lot to hide," Amelia says. We hold our breath as Daryl turns the key and the lock clicks in the silence. "Anne doesn't think anyone has the balls to come looking," she adds. "Thank fuck," Amelia says, flashlight in hand as she starts searching with renewed effort through files. "Anything that has to do with the names we found, tax ID numbers, web hosting companies, bank accounts, anything. If it looks shady, take a picture of it." I turn back to the computer, determined to get in. I try a few more random words and phrases I associate with Brad, and when nothing comes up, I think back. Brad is too big of an egomaniac to ever pick a password at random, so it would have to mean something. A thought flashes like a thunderstorm through my brain, and I type the words, Brad Uprising. It's the film he worked on while I was an assistant, featuring the first client he flat out stole. Password accepted. God, what a dick. I search his hard drive for any of the companies that showed up in Eric's program. I open his Google Drive and search there too. It takes a few tries, but then, bingo. A spreadsheet with names of companies and tax ID numbers next to column after column of billed amounts, and he had the nerve to lecture me about being a team player? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I turn toward the sound of Daryl's voice. She's looking out the window with wide, horrified eyes. A set of headlights are working their way up from the bottom of the winding drive. "Shit," I say, jamming my thumb drive into the USB port with shaking hands. "Hurry, did you get anything?" "I have some invoices," Amelia answers, taking pictures of the invoices under her shirt to mute the flash. "This is a hot mess." Amelia and Daryl rush around the room, straightening photos and smoothing the rug, writing papers and rubbing their sleeves to clear fingerprints from anything they might have touched. I glance out the window again and then quickly back to the screen. How many times have I had to watch this in a goddamn movie and thought, files transfer really fast, this is so unrealistic? My file transfer is only 73% complete, but my panic is total. Headlights move across the room and Brad's yellow car pulls up alongside Eric's truck. Come on, come on, come on. "Are you done, Evie?" Daryl comes up and pulls on my arm in the middle of a full-body freak-out behind me. "Yeah, just one sec." "Evie, we have to go," Amelia says, looking out the window into the driveway below. "It's at 95. Hurry ups!" I hiss. A car door closes outside. Voices carry from downstairs. "Evie, come on," Daryl says. "It's almost there. Damn it! How does a rich person have such a slow computer? What's he doing with all that money?"
"Eric!"
We all freeze at the sound of Brad's voice in the entryway below. I look up to Daryl and Amelia, their faces illuminated in the light from the monitor, and for a horrifying second I realize that if I can see them, there's a chance that Brad could have seen them from outside too. My attention snaps to the little ding that says the files have transferred, and I close the drive, clicking out of all the windows as fast as I can. Daryl moves to the door, opening it just enough to hear what's happening downstairs. "I think he's in the kitchen," she whispers, and we wait, just to be sure. When there's nothing else, I hold open the door and tiptoe into the hall. There's a landing that looks down into the entryway, and when I peek over the rails, I see nothing but gleaming marble floors. No sign of Brad. The door is just at the bottom of the stairs, and if we can get there, we're home free. I don't care if I have to walk back to my apartment. "Can we do this?" I mouth. And while Amelia nods, Daryl is frantically shaking her head. I've just taken my first step off the top landing when Eric's voice echoes through the house.
"Wait, Uncle Brad! I wanted to show you my scar!"
he essentially yells. I almost fall in an attempt to scramble back, arms and legs everywhere as we dart in different directions, each of us disappearing into a different room.
"Eric, what the hell is wrong with you?" Brad asks. "Are you taking drugs?" No, not drugs," Eric babbles, his eyes widening when, behind Brad and on the landing, he sees my head peeking out from one of the doorways. He pulls Brad to him in a tight embrace and motions for me to run. "I've just missed you." I slip across the hall to the guest room over the garage, slamming into the window when Daryl and Amelia sprint in behind and slide across the wood floor right into me. I let out a grunted oof. Voices fall quiet downstairs. "Who's up there?"
Brad asks.
"No one,"
Maxine says.
"It's just us tonight."
My heart is a hammer. My chest feels like glass.
"I know I heard something,"
Brad says.
"I'll run up." "But we were just going to have something to eat," Eric says. "You have to be hungry. Have you lost weight?"
"Brad, we never get a chance to visit. Come have dinner with us." There's a moment of silence before footsteps retreat along the marble hallway, and I squeeze my eyes closed in prayer as I slide open the window. "What are you doing?" Daryl hisses. "We're going to have to climb out and shimmy down the trellis." "I'm so confused by the term shimmy down the trellis. How is that even Amelia ignores her. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" she whispers in my direction. I look out the window. It's far, but it's not like death far, and we need to get the hell out of here now. "Come on," I say, throwing one leg over the windowsill. "Just do what I do." Crawling out, I step on the roof of the garage, gingerly at first, making sure my footing is secure, and then shuffle over to the vine-lined trellis. My greatest fear is allayed when I tug at the flimsy structure and it holds securely to the wall. "Come on," I urge again, returning to my downward climb, when I see Daryl's leg come over the side of the window, her body emerging onto the roof. Amelia follows right after. Back in the bed of the truck, we lie flat, staring at the sky and silent, but for our jagged, heaving breaths. I'm calmed by the warmth of Amelia on my left and Daryl on my right. Their hands come down, twining with mine. "Thanks, you guys," I whisper. They squeeze my hands in unison as we struggle to catch our breath. Eventually, waiting for Eric to finish up his impromptu meal with his aunt and uncle, we manage to contain our maniacal laughter. Carter shows up at my front door a little jittery, like he thought it might be a good idea to toss back an espresso at 10 p.m. Pushing past me, he heads straight for the kitchen and opens the cabinet with the plates.
"Where do you keep the booze?"
I say, following him. "Above the stove, but don't get your hopes up. I think your options are Bacardi, Captain Morgan, Triple Sec, and..." I trail off as he pulls down a bottle of vodka I didn't know I had, grabs a glass, tosses some ice cubes in it, and pours himself a hefty shot. His throat bobs distractingly as he swallows. I've only been home for about 30 minutes myself and want to tell him about our badass 9-to-5 adventure. Dolly Parton would be so proud. And what we found. But he seems a little preoccupied. "What's going on?" I ask, walking over and stretching to kiss his boozy mouth.
"I quit."
I pull back, shocked. "Pardon?"
"You heard me. I quit. I have no idea what comes tomorrow, but I told Brad that I was out."
Wow.
"I love you, but I didn't do it for you,"
he says, eyes wild.
"I did it because I can't work there one more fucking second. Brad is scum."
"Well, yes," I say, stepping back and watching curiously as he reaches for the bottle again.
"I went to Brad to talk about how things went down with you and him."
I groan. "Carter, you don't have to fight my battles for me."
"I know this. If there's one thing I definitely know, it's that evil Abby can take care of herself, but I had to say something. I couldn't not. The way he acted was completely unacceptable."
Well, he gets a kiss for this. It seems to calm him a little, too. I can't blame him for the vodka now. His adrenaline must be up to 11.
Anyway, he wasn't very receptive to the conversation.
"I don't imagine. And it hit me," he says, shaking his head.
"I hate it there. I love what I do. I love you, but I hate P&D. It's like trying to work in the middle of a dodgeball game."
This makes me laugh, and I pull him out of the kitchen and into the living room. He sits on the couch, and I follow him, straddling his lap.
"So we've made a fucking mess of things,"
he says, leaning to kiss my neck.
"But I did hear from Dan today."
He pulls out his phone, showing me a string of texts from Dan Prince. "Hey, man. Sorry I haven't been around today. I talked to Ted at Variety. He said the announcement came from some PR firm called Roar. Who fucking knows? Bottom line, I don't care what the agency is. I just want to work with you. I have a press party I have to go to tonight, so give me a call in the morning. Let's get some papers signed and make some movies."
Roar PR.
I freeze. Brad was the one who spilled? Carter's eyes narrow. "What?" I stretch across the couch, reaching for my laptop bag. "Well, I had a bit of an adventure tonight." I slide the computer onto the coffee table, boot it up, open Jess's spreadsheet, and then turn the screen to face him.
"Okay,"
he says, glancing from it to me again.
"What's all this?"
"Have I got a story for you?" Former Price & Dickel talent agency executive Brad Kingman was arrested Tuesday in Los Angeles on charges of wire fraud, embezzlement, and identity theft. According to prosecutors, Kingman set up a network of bogus companies which he then used to submit fraudulent invoices to his agency for work that was never done. These bogus companies ranged from hair and makeup services to dog walkers and nanny agencies. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District Emery Ridge said, "The FBI obtained emails and vendor contracts showing that Kingman used these stolen identities and tax ID numbers to submit fraudulent invoices and conceal his crimes. This isn't a matter of an employee taking a few extra dollars from petty cash. So far, Kingman is accused of skimming upwards of $2 million. The print copy of the Hollywood Vine is laid out flat in front of us, and Daryl, Amelia, and Steph fall silent around the bar table. We're all here for the Super Bowl, and television sets overhead broadcast commercials that make the assembled mass fall into a reverent hush, but none of us are able to look anywhere but at the article in front of us.
$2 million, Steph says quietly. Guess it wasn't just expenses under your name.
Just mine most recently. Everyone else he used is gone. And now, bye-bye, Brad, Daryl says. The morning after our trip to Brad's home, Eric walked casually into Brad's empty office, drafted a new email to the FBI, and attached all the files I transferred to the thumb drive. The FBI would never know I had anything to do with this, but Brad would. I've had dozens of pretty amazing orgasms with Carter, but I won't deny that one of the most euphoric feelings I've ever had was watching the FBI emerge onto our floor amid a deathly hush and move like a mob of righteous justice toward Brad's office. They knocked on his door, ignoring Kylie's anxious yipping that he was busy. In fact, 2 agents quickly identified Kylie, pulled her aside, and took her into the conference room for questioning. Brad opened the door, face stark, and looked right at me. I lifted my chin and smiled.
Mr. Kingman, we have some questions.
The voice of the lead agent carried easily down the hall.
If you don't mind coming with us, we can ask them in a more private setting.
I wanted Brad to refuse. I wanted them to question him right there, right in front of me. But it was also nice to watch him leave under the wide-eyed rubbernecking of everyone in the office. He moved, surrounded by the law, down the hall. The elevator doors sealed around him, and then he was gone. Bye, Brad. I left P&D by choice that same day. So now I need to figure out what I'm going to do. I tell my friends, folding up the newspaper and tucking it back in my purse. You could come back to Alterman, Steph says with a hopeful smile.
You could come work with me.
The voice comes from behind me, and we all turn. Carter has materialized and looks stunning. Flushed with some exuberant emotion, he's clearly just come from a meeting, neatly pressed suit, dress shirt open at the collar, tie loosened around his neck. I feel all of us exhale in a swoon in unison. A swoonison. Or, he says, grinning as he walks toward us, I could work with you. Pulling out the bar stool beside me, he adds, or I don't know, we could figure out how the hell to work together. Carter sits down and pulls out a piece of paper folded into thirds. He carefully opens it, flattening it against the table for us to read. It's an agent contract between Dan Prince and Carter Aaron. Just Dan, just Carter.
I've secured 20% of $15 million, he says with a casual grin. If I did this on my own, I could only take on 1, maybe 2 more clients. It would help me out a lot if you could join me, show me the ropes.
I stare at him, feeling my eyes fill, and he reaches up, pretending to be shocked by the presence of tears. Is that a yes? Are we going rogue? I surprise the hell out of my friends by launching myself into Carter's lap, but no one seems to mind. I think we all realize in this moment that I've worked my entire career so far for this. The opportunity of a lifetime.
Chapter 26. Carter. As it turns out, you can't manage the career of the next big thing from the kitchen of your tiny one-bedroom Beverly Hills apartment. It took approximately 2 weeks to come to this conclusion. 2 weeks in which Evie and I share the pantsless joy of not having an actual office to go to every morning, or an actual boss checking in on us, and being able to have sex on the kitchen table whenever we want and not even have to close the door. It was a beautiful time. But eventually the pants had to go back on, and we had to decide how we were going to do this. I had Dan and a handful of other clients, but needed somewhere I could take the meetings and, well, work. Evie had toyed with the idea of going back to Alterman, but had already come to the conclusion that while she loved the people and the job, she could no longer stomach the games that seemed to inevitably dominate big firm work. Luckily, Adam Elliott and Sarah Hill had signed on with Evie at P&D for project-by-project contracts only, and those two would follow her anywhere, it would seem. And boom, we had an agency. So going rogue meant we needed an office. This is when I realized exactly how connected Evie was. Having already helped me find a great legal advisor, she found us a screaming deal on a handful of vacant offices in a very nice building next to P&D. There isn't any sort of official grand opening at Abby and Aaron, but the Wi-Fi is connected on a Tuesday, and I get the password to the security system the day after that, which is good enough for us. We have the entire space repainted, line the lobby walls with Jonah's new black and white prints, and install the best Keurig machine money can buy. There isn't a need for a row of 16 well-groomed and neatly arranged assistants, but there's more than enough need for Becca and Jess. Becca and Evie spend 30 minutes on the phone, during which they immediately bond and become best friends forever through a rousing version of Carter Aaron's top 10 most embarrassing moments. Evie offers her a job, and Becca, thank God, accepts. I am ecstatic. I will be surrounded by the two women who call me out the most, but I will never be disorganized or under-caffeinated again. That first morning at the official office is fucking surreal. The sky looks exactly like it did my first day in L.A., powder blue with just a trace of haze along the edge, and I make the familiar turn into the parking garage. It's already warm as I climb out of my car just after 8 and start the walk from the third-floor terrace of the garage to the lobby. Making a right turn instead of a left, I head into Building A, site of our new endeavor. I make a quick check of my reflection in the door. Hair, good. Tie, oh, lucky this time around, not some fancy new mistake. I burned that one. It's mid-March, but I'm hit in the face with the same rush of refrigerated air as soon as I step inside. My blood feels carbonated. My stomach is tied in 100 knots as I cross the marble floors. In Building B, owned entirely by P&D, there are giant screens with scrolling headshots and posters for some of the larger clients the firm represents. But in Building A, it's more subdued. A simple gold plaque affixed to the wall lists the several offices housed inside the building. And there we are, Abby and Aaron, Suite 303. Whereas P&D required floors and floors of staff and a step short of a retinal scan just to get into the elevator, it's pretty much the two of us, a legal advisor we keep on payroll, Becca and Jess, and hopefully Steph, if we can ever convince her to come over with us. I haven't seen Evie since I left her apartment this morning, and my fingers already itch with the need to touch her. We all met up yesterday for Morgan's birthday in Griffith Park, complete with food trucks and the biggest bouncy house I have ever seen. Evie's favorite people hung with my favorite people, and seeing them all together, my future and my past, felt like stretching out a leg and putting my foot down on the right path. Michael Christopher is already planning my bachelor party, which isn't official or anything, but you never know. I followed Evie back to her apartment at the end of the night. Her kisses still tasted like sunshine and birthday cake, and she giggled while I checked every other inch of her to see whether the rest of her tasted like frosting, too. I left this morning just before 5, feeling the best kind of exhausted, pressing kisses to her mouth and saying I'd see her at our office, which is a really great thing I get to say now. Becca is there when I step off the elevator. A strange sense of nostalgia and hope fills my chest. "Here's your schedule," she says, handing me a few slips of paper from her desk. I can barely read any of them, but pocket them happily. "There's a phone call you'll want to get on right away. One of Jamie Huang's friends wants to talk to you, and Allie Bryn is about to have kittens in her excitement over it." "Awesome," I say. "Is Evie here yet?" "Conference room," she says, looking up at me through narrowed eyes. "It's so weird seeing you like this again in your suit with that familiar crazy caffeinated glaze to your eyes. It's pretty great. Or maybe I'm just jazzed to be in an office with an In-N-Out down the street." I grin. "I am so fucking happy you're here." "Same," she says, glancing down to her desk before handing me a small stack of mail. "Now get to work." "Yes, ma'am." It's quiet as I make my way to the conference room. The door is ajar, and I poke my head in when I knock and wait for Evie to look up. She's sitting on a ledge that runs along the window, sun in her hair and contract in her lap. She looks beautiful and confident and happy, and while I'd probably never engage in workplace PDA, there are only a handful of us here. We could revisit my earlier fantasy and make out on the table if we wanted, and only have to suffer Becca's fake horrified groan. I hear conference tables are good for that sort of thing. "Hey, you," Evie says and motions me inside. I'd like to say I keep it cool, but I practically jog over, bending at the waist to press a warm, lingering kiss to her lips. Hey. She runs her fingers down my chest and to my tie before looking up at me with a smirk. This tie works, I insist. I have an important meeting with Paramount in an hour, she says, smoothing it down again. If it works as well as you say it does, you can wear your lucky tie every day and you won't see me complain. Maybe you can wear it later, and I'll get lucky? She grins. Maybe. I tap the pages in front of her. You ready for this? I have a kick-ass package and just need their yes. Hey, did you hear that Seamus hit a photographer outside LAX last night? My eyes go wide. Like with a fist? Like with his car. P&D can have fun with that one. He's their problem now. I think they have a long list of problems. I'm just glad not to be one of them anymore. She straightens my tie and lifts her chin. Amen. What do you think about going to New York with me this summer? I ask her. It's miserable and hot, but it's my parents' anniversary, and I want my family to embarrass me in front of you. It might be awful. Evie tilts her head and studies me for a moment. Maybe you could come to Burbank with me this weekend? The TV will be on too loud, and my dad will hassle you about how much he hates the Yankees. My mom will probably tell you need a haircut. You'll probably have a terrible time. Her eyes meet mine, and I don't have to have known her a long time to know she's never been this happy or this secure. We'll just have to make the worst of it, I agree, smiling as I lean into her kiss.
Dating You, Hating You was written by Christina Lauren and read by Deacon Lee and Shayna Thibodeau. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Dating You, Hating You is available in print from Gallery Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio. Beautiful by Christina Lauren. Read by Grace Grant and Sebastian York, with Jonathan Cole and Jonathan York.